Chapter 2027. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a man in red standing with his hands clasped behind his back. He was a man, but his lips were red, his teeth were white, his skin whiter than snow, and he was outrageously handsome. Song Qingshu had the nickname Jade Face Mengchong in Jianghu in his early years, and was widely recognized as a handsome man. But in front of this man in red, he was still somewhat dwarfed. If he was a woman, he had straight eyebrows and bright eyes, and was full of heroic spirit. Just by standing there, he had a domineering air about him. Plus, he was dressed as a man, so everyone assumed he was a man. "It's you." Patriarch Sunflower frowned. The others might not have recognized him, but how could he not? This man practiced his sunflower manual, which he had fought in the Qing Kingdom's imperial palace, ending in a tie. Although his cultivation level had dropped because he was nearing the end of his lifespan, he still had the foundation of a great grandmaster. This man was young, and had only practiced the sunflower manual for a few years. This showed that he was definitely a rare genius. The man in red smiled, and the smile disappeared in a flash, revealing a beauty that could topple nations. "Long time no see, Patriarch." "Invincible, Dongfang?" The sweeping monk muttered to himself with some uncertainty. The other great grandmasters were also sizing him up curiously. Invincible Dongfang, the head of the Sun-Moon sect, was famous in Jianghu, and was known as the #1 expert of the Devil Path. But he was just a junior, and none of the great grandmasters took his name seriously. They had never had any dealings with each other. The monk was the only person he had met once. When Invincible Dongfang had snuck into the Sutra Pavilion to look up Shaolin's secret arts, the monk had been watching silently from the side. Invincible Dongfang had keenly sensed that he was being watched, but he couldn't figure out why. Afraid, he had quickly left the Shaolin temple, and the monk had returned to being an ordinary old monk. It was this one encounter that had allowed the monk to recognize him, but he was still a little uncertain. This man in red seemed to have more of a woman's gentleness than before. However, when he thought about it again, he thought that it was because he cultivated the sunflower manual, so he didn't suspect anything. "Invincible Dongfang? Aren't you dead?" Jia Sherdao was shocked. The information from the Isle of Heroes said that Invincible Dongfang had been seriously injured after his battle with Feng Qingyang, and Ren Wuxing had taken the opportunity to restore his position. Together with Zhang Wuji of the Ming dynasty, they had beaten him off a cliff. Although there were rumors that he wasn't dead, and there were even rumors that someone similar to him had appeared on the battlefield in Yangzhou, Jia Sherdao thought that since Invincible Dongfang hadn't gone to Blackwood Cliff to take back the position of sect master, and the people in Jianghu hadn't heard any news about him contacting his former subordinates, it wasn't hard to tell that even if he wasn't dead, he was severely injured and couldn't return to his peak. Even if he of Dongfang was of Invincible Dongfang, his life, he was dead and of. However, the person they had thought to be dead was now alive and well. Furthermore, even though he was just standing there, it was as if he had fused with heaven and earth. This sort of aura was truly unfathomable. Yang in and of the Shue and of. If I wasn't, how could I call myself invincible? Invincible Dongfang stood there, his red clothes fluttering in the wind. He was like a burning flame. Song Qingshu watched with envy, jealousy, and hatred. She was indeed a figure who once stood at the top of the diabolism. Her gestures were much more pretentious than Qingshu's. Alas, as a nouveau riche who had a fortuitous encounter, his temperament was really far from hers. In the future, he would have to ask her how to act pretentious. "How dare you be so arrogant in front of me?" Suddenly, Patriarch Sunflower frowned. "Hey, your level has increased again?" He didn't feel good. She had learned his martial arts, but how old was he when he became a great grandmaster? How old was she now? The other great grandmasters were also speechless. Although Invincible East's name had shaken the world a few years ago, he was much younger than them in terms of seniority and age. They did not expect him to become a great grandmaster so quickly. Why were great grandmasters so worthless nowadays? But then they remembered that Song Qinshu was even younger, and had become a great grandmaster in just 2 or 3 years. Invincible Dongfang was the first of the demonic path, so it was more acceptable for him to become a great grandmaster. That's not right. Patriarch Sunflower's almost bald eyebrows scrunched together. I wrote the Sunflower Manual. How could I not know the progress? You're so young, there's no way you could become a great grandmaster. There was one more thing he didn't say. The prerequisite to practicing the Sunflower Manual was to castrate oneself. It was more difficult for a person with a broken body to pursue the heavenly Tao than other great grandmasters. He himself had spent countless years accumulating and finally comprehending Dragon Qi, which was how he became a great grandmaster. Invincible Dongfang didn't go through the castration process, but this martial art was not written for women. She had relied on her outstanding talent to master it, but how did she catch up and become a great grandmaster? Dongfang Muxue subconsciously glanced at Song Qinshu not far away, and a blush flashed across her cold and arrogant face. Humph, since when did the path of martial arts depend on age? If that's the case, why do we need to compete in martial arts in the future? Just compare age. She had finally become a great grandmaster thanks to Song Qinshu, who had healed her in Yangzhou. The joy Zen of the Tantric Buddhism was really magical. Not only had it healed her internal injuries, but she had also gained half of his power. Her cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. She had been the first person below the great grandmaster, but with the help of the joy genuine Qi, she had finally broken through the shackles. But when she thought of the erotic process of healing her injuries, she couldn't help blushing despite her strong will. Patriarch Sunflower nodded and said, "Indeed, I was pedantic." At the same time, he was a little envious and jealous. What a heaven-defying talent! Her progress in martial arts was even faster than him, the original author. Jia Sherdao had recovered from the shock, and he quickly understood the situation. He asked, "Why did you help Song Qinshu, sect master Dongfang? Why did he help him?" Dongfang Mushue's heart skipped a beat. She snorted and said, "You don't need to know that." Jia Sherdao wasn't annoyed. He continued, "I'm afraid you don't know that Song Qinshu has formed an alliance with Ren Wuxing while you were injured, and he married Miss Ren. He has changed from being your friend to your enemy. Why don't you join hands with us? Although I'm not very talented, the power I can use is much more than Song Qinshu. Wouldn't it be better to help him return to Blackwood Cliff?" Song Qinshu secretly admired him. He had to admit that Jia Sherdao was good at persuading people. His analysis was reasonable. If it were someone else, he might have been persuaded by him. Unfortunately, Song Qinshu didn't know the real relationship between them. They were just friends. How could he be persuaded to defect so easily? As expected, Dongfang Muxue directly refused and said, "What a joke. I don't care about Blackwood Cliff." Her original intention was that being the emperor was so comfortable, a mere cult leader of the evil cult was not something that she cared about. But others thought she was a great grandmaster now. If she really wanted to take back the position of master, Ren Wuxing wouldn't be able to stop her. She didn't need anyone's help. Seeing that Jia Sherdao was going to say something else, Dongfang Muxue said impatiently, "If you want to fight, let's fight. Great grandmasters are martial arts grandmasters, not eloquent grandmasters." Jia Sherdao choked on the rest of his words. He couldn't help but look gloomy. No one dared to disrespect him like this in his high position all these years. Dongfang Muxue turned to look at Song Qinshu and asked, "How do we fight?" Song Qinshu replied, "You can pick anyone." Dongfang Muxue noticed that his face was paler than usual. She knew he must have consumed a lot of spiritual qi. She turned to Patriarch Sunflower and said, "We didn't win the last battle in the palace. It's always been a pity. Why don't we continue the last battle?" "That's exactly what I want. Last time, he was forced to a draw by a junior, and it was a junior who practiced the Sunflower Treasure Book. He had been holding a grudge for a long time. Now that he had been nourished by the dragon vein of the Qing dynasty, he was even stronger than when he was at his peak. Of course, he wanted to avenge himself. People in the field only saw something flash in front of them. Then they saw the two of them move, but it also seemed that they didn't move at all. Many people were curious. Were they just observing each other's flaws? Many masters could sometimes see what the other was going to do with just a glance or a change of body position. At the same time, they could adjust their positions accordingly and neutralize the other's attack. It seemed that there was no real contact, but in fact there was a hidden killing intent. "I thought you were great, but it turns out you're just SOSO." Dongfang Muxue twirled her fingers with a playful expression. The others were confused. What was going on? Did the two just fight? Many people looked at the great grandmasters. The monk nodded and said, "They just rushed at each other, but they separated immediately. And they were so fast that ordinary people couldn't see them." Beside him, Li Qingluo was speechless. She thought her wave-like subtle steps was fast enough, but compared to this, no, it couldn't be compared at all. She couldn't see the two of them move at all. How fast were they? Even the monk and the others were frowning, thinking that if they were in Dongfang Mushue's shoes, they would probably just guard their positions to ensure that they didn't lose, and then see if there was a chance to counterattack later on. Patriarch Sunflower was furious when he heard this. He shouted in a shrill voice, "Little boy, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I'll teach you what it means to respect your master." His movement was like a flash of lightning, like the rumbling of thunder, without any prior signs. In the eyes of the crowd, it was truly frightening. Even Dongfang Muxue was not inferior to him. This time, they were no longer fighting like before. Instead, they were moving swiftly like ghosts, constantly looking for the opponent's flaws. Thus, the spectators were no longer unable to see anything like before. Now they could at least see a green shadow and a red shadow revolving around each other like ghosts and spirits, drifting in and out of the blue like smoke. The two of them were so fast that after so many moves, everyone could still vaguely see the afterimages of the two of them standing where they were when they confronted each other. They were all shocked. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2028. The fight between Dongfang Muxue and Patriarch Sunflower was thrilling, and most people couldn't see what they were doing. They could only see two shadows spinning rapidly, like two tornadoes. After watching for a while, everyone felt dizzy and quickly looked away. Now all their attention was on the two remaining people. Song Qingshu smiled at Jia Sherdao and said, "There are so many people watching. Shall we start?" Jia Sherdao frowned and said in a low voice, "You are only the brother-in-law of the emperor, and you are not married yet. Besides, the two princesses are not from the same mother as the emperor. Do you really have to work so hard for him?" Song Qingshu couldn't help laughing. "Didn't you just promise to kill all of us? Isn't it too late to ask for peace now?" Jia Sherdao didn't look embarrassed at all. He still said calmly, "You are young, but you are in such a high position. I don't think you are the kind of person who acts on impulse. People like us should understand that the key to everything is profit. We don't have to fight for someone we don't have anything to do with. If we can shake hands and make peace, you and I will have the final say in the great Song dynasty. If you are still worried, we can still unite by marriage. Although my daughters are not devastatingly beautiful, they are still beautiful. Considering that you already have a wife, I can even make them your concubines." Many people in the distance couldn't help but curse. How shameless! Jia Sherdao was the prime minister. Any official in Lin An, even the daughter of a concubine, wouldn't be a concubine. How could Jia Sherdao be so crazy? Zhao Go was afraid that Song Qinshu would be persuaded, so he hurriedly said, King Qi, don't believe him. He is just stalling. When we get back to the capital, I will personally arrange a marriage for you. Wouldn't that be better? I'll let you marry the King of Hell's daughter after we return to the capital. However, with the cultivation of a great grandmaster, it won't be easy to kill him. However, I have the wealth of the 4 seas. When the time comes, I'll gather more experts and I'll be able to find someone who can deal with him. Seeing the emperor and the prime minister competing like commoners, the people around them were dumbfounded. They thought that both of them were really shameless. But on second thought, this was a matter of life and death, so how could they care about this little bit of face? Song Qinshu smiled and said, I didn't expect I would be so popular. Then he turned to Jia Sherdao and said, But I can win all of them. Why should I give you half? Hearing that, Zhao Go's eyes became gloomy. Jia Sherdao laughed and said, Do you really think you can beat me? If you were confident, you wouldn't have wasted so much time talking to me, Song Qinshu said as he slowly walked toward him. Jia Sherdao's face changed, and he took half a step back. But he quickly took his foot back and said angrily, You are right. You might be better at martial arts, but there are many things in this world that can't be solved by martial arts alone. The Lu brothers have thousands of troops at the foot of the mountain. No matter how good you are at martial arts, you are no match for them. Other than the masters of the front palace department, the emperor had also brought 10,000 bodyguards to guard the foot of the mountain. The mountain had been in turmoil for a long time, but the bodyguards at the foot of the mountain hadn't reacted at all. No one would believe that they hadn't noticed anything strange. It was impossible to say that they had all been bought by Jia Sherdao. Zhao Go's trip was obviously to deal with Jia Sherdao, and these 10,000 people were all carefully selected and trusted. Although Jia Sherdao could buy some people, he only controlled a small portion of them. Therefore, he could only use the fake military intelligence of the Jin Kingdom to mobilize the Lu brothers' troops to stall the 10,000 bodyguard. Song Qinshu smiled and said, After the last time you used Yangzhou to mess with me, how could I not be prepared this time? The Lu brothers' troops have long been held up by another army. How is that possible? Jia Sherdao sneered. I'm now the Pingzhong army's national affairs, and I'm in charge of all the affairs of the court, big or small. The Privy Council is controlled by my confidants, so no other troops can come within 100 miles. Song Qinshu sighed and said, You are right. No army in the court can hide from you, but what about other countries? Jia Sherdao's face changed, and he suddenly looked down the mountain. Unfortunately, he was so far away, so he couldn't know what was going on down there. The Jin Kingdom? After thinking about it, the only possibility was the Jin Kingdom's army to the north of Xiangyang. But there was one thing he didn't understand. Why would the Jin Kingdom cooperate with you? Many people looked at Song Qinshu suspiciously. The Song Kingdom and the Jin Kingdom were enemies. If he colluded with the Jin Kingdom, he would be despised by all the Han people in the world. Qiu Qianren laughed and said, Did you forget that I am now the commander of the Jin Kingdom? The Lu brothers cooperated with you and pulled back the border troop. How could we miss such a good opportunity? Of course, we took the opportunity to see if we could get anything out of it. I didn't expect to see such a good show. Song Qinshu's identity in the Jin Kingdom couldn't be exposed, so he had to come out and take all the blame. The dogs of the Jin Kingdom. Jia Sherdao gritted his teeth and cursed. Qiu Qianren laughed and said, You are a treacherous official who tried to kill the king. How dare you scold me? Zhao Go suddenly said, General Qiu, the Jin Kingdom and the Song Kingdom have been in peace for a long time. As a country of uncle and nephew, we should help each other. Now that our country is in chaos, I hope that the Jin Kingdom can help us suppress the rebellion. We will repay you generously in the future. Emperor, Huang Cheng's breathing was rapid. He was obviously excited and wanted to say something. In the beginning, when the Song Kingdom and the Jin Kingdom were in peace, the Song Kingdom submitted to the Jin Kingdom. Even the title of emperor had to be conferred by the Jin Kingdom's emperor. It was similar to how the dynasties in the Central Plains conferred titles to countries like Goryeo and Dali. Later, the court felt that it was too much, so they requested to change the relationship to a country of uncle and nephew. After several wars and peace talks, they finally managed to get it to be a country of uncle and nephew. But everyone knew that this title was a great humiliation. They didn't expect Zhao Go to shamelessly call himself a country of nephew in order to survive. Huang Chang was filled with righteous indignation, but his injuries were too severe. Now, his blood was boiling, and his injuries were aggravated. Soon, his face was as white as paper and he couldn't speak. "Master!" The yellow-robed woman hurried to heal him, but she knew that he was dead. It was good enough that he was still breathing. Seeing the anger and humiliation in the eyes of the people around him, Zhao Go quickly ignored them. He had thought it through. Even though the people hated the Jin Kingdom, he had a good relationship with the Jin Kingdom. After several peace talks, it would be difficult for the Jin Kingdom to find another emperor who would be so cooperative. The Jin Kingdom probably did not want any trouble here. And even if the Jin Kingdom really wanted to take the opportunity to invade, all the Han people in the world wouldn't allow it. They would definitely fight back, and he, the emperor, was the ruler of the world. On the contrary, if Jia Sherdao got what he wanted, he could casually choose a member of the royal family to succeed him. Then, who would care about him, the former emperor? After understanding the situation, Zhao Go struck while the iron was hot. "If your country can help us, we will increase the annual coins by 100,000 taels and 300,000 bolts of silk every year." Hearing this, the drunkard monk put his palms together. "Amit ba." Wang Chongyang laughed coldly. "This is the emperor you want to protect." The sweeping monk also shook his head and whispered, "If only father and uncle didn't meet Taizu Taizong, but this emperor. How good would that be?" Zhao Go didn't hear their rumors. He thought to himself, what do these people know? A real man is one who knows when to bow and submit. Back then, he colluded with the Jin Kingdom and even personally tasted Fuchai's shit. In the end, he was able to avenge himself and become a legend. Qiu Qianren was stunned. Ha ha ha, this dog emperor knows his place. He looked at Song Qinshu and didn't know how to respond. Song Qinshu sighed. "Back then, I didn't understand why the Empress Dowager Cixi would rather be a friend than a servant. Now that I see it, they are indeed birds of the same feather." Zhao Go was stunned. Who was the Empress Dowager Cixi? However, these words have touched the bottom of my heart. Die, stupid emperor! Jia Sherdao suddenly pounced on Zhao Go. He actually didn't want to do it himself and be known as a regicide, but he had no other choice. If Zhao Go really convinced the Jin people, he would really be surrounded by enemies. On the other hand, if Zhao Go wasn't around, he could represent the Song dynasty to negotiate with the Jin Kingdom. Moreover, Zhao Go had just said such humiliating words. Even if he killed the emperor, he would have a legitimate reason in the future. But he had to stop halfway, because Song Qinshu took a step forward and stood between the two of them. "You want to stop me?" Jia Sherdao couldn't understand why Song Qinshu would take such a big risk to help Zhao Go. He didn't seem like a loyal person to the emperor. Song Qinshu said coldly, "I still have use for this person. I can't let you kill him." In fact, he was also hesitating about whether or not he should borrow someone else's hand to kill Zhao Go. That would be the end of it. But after thinking about it, he still suppressed this tempting idea. He couldn't hide behind the scenes with his disguise forever. One day, he had to gradually walk out into the light. This was a good opportunity. A disabled Zhao Go was much more useful than a dead Zhao Go. Jia Sherdao opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the next moment, he suddenly attacked. He was also an ambitious person. At first, he thought about getting lucky and wanted to rope in Song Qinshu. Once he saw that he couldn't rope him in, he immediately abandoned all distracting thoughts and used everything he had learned in his life, trying to cut off all means of retreat. He knew that if he were in his normal state, he probably wouldn't be a match for Song Qinshu. But Song Qinshu had used up a lot of his true qi, and with his unexpected attack, he might still have a chance. Now that he was in a desperate situation, his punch was in line with the characteristics of pressing forward with indomitable will. The air in front of him was compressed to the extreme by his punch, and one could even faintly see that there seemed to be lightning flowing on his fist. Jia Sherdao had been timid just now, which made many people look at him with disdain. It wasn't until they saw this move that they all realized that he was a great master after all. Song Qingshu's eyes focused, and a sword of the void seemed to form between his fingers. He didn't defend against the punch at all, and he directly stabbed at his opponent's chest. It was a move that would take him down with him. Chapter 2029. Seeing that the two of them were going to fight to the death with one move, the crowd not far away started to exclaim. Li Qingluo wasn't the only one. Even the yellow-shirt woman who was healing her master and Xiao Long Nu, who was always expressionless, were all staring at the fight. Jia Sherdao was also shocked to see his opponent fight to the death with him. He had always been in a high position, so he didn't like to put himself in danger. However, he reacted quickly. He immediately realized that his opponent had the upper hand, so why would he choose to fight to the death with him? He was most likely trying to make him retreat. Once he retreated, his opponent's attacks would come one after another, and he would be further and further away from victory. Although he had the help of the Taishin Sutra, he was still able to become a great grandmaster. All of them were extremely intelligent. Jia Sherdao instantly figured out who was more powerful, so he still threw a punch without hesitation. He was also taking a gamble. He didn't believe that his opponent would really die with him. I didn't expect them to fight to the death with one move. The great grandmaster sighed. Although Jia Sherdao was slightly weaker, he was still a great grandmaster, and Song Qinshu had used up a lot of his vitality. Objectively speaking, the two of them were about the same level of strength. If they really fought, they wouldn't be able to win without a few hundred moves. However, Jia Sherdao was afraid of his opponent's actual combat experience. He was worried that he would make mistakes if they really fought for a few hundred moves, so he decided to fight head-on. Presumably, Song Qingshu was also worried that Jia Sherdao's vitality would be more and more damaged if they fought for a few hundred moves. Therefore, the two of them both chose to end the fight quickly. Unlike the previous sneak attacks, this time the two great grandmasters were fighting face to face, and they wanted to fight to the death with one move. The air seemed to be filled with a sense of desperation. Song Qingshu suddenly disappeared halfway. Jia Sherdao wasn't surprised. Instead, he was happy. I've been prepared for this move for a long time. In their previous exchange, the other party had used so near, yet worlds apart several times, so how could he not be on guard at all? Even though he was charging forward with this move, he still secretly held back 30% of his strength. Seeing that the other party had disappeared, he did not hesitate to circulate his internal energy and push it behind him. In the previous exchanges, every time the opponent used so close yet worlds apart, he would always appear in an unguarded position in the next moment. This time, he attacked with an indomitable will, deliberately exposing the flaw in his back. If they were in each other's shoes, he would definitely use so close yet worlds apart to appear behind his opponent. Unfortunately, his sure kill attack did not land on his opponent as he had expected. Instead, his fist struck the air. Did he choose to appear on the side? Jia Sherdao was shocked. He immediately looked to the side, but there was no one there. At that moment, he was alarmed. He didn't need to check where his opponent was, because an extremely sharp sword aura was coming toward him. It turned out that his opponent hadn't appeared behind him or on the side. Instead, he had taken a step forward and appeared 3 feet in front of him. He had never expected that his opponent would choose to appear in front of him, where his attack was the strongest. His fist had hit his opponent's shoulder, but his opponent's sword aura had also pierced into the Shanzhong meridian on his chest. The two of them separated as soon as they touched. Song Qingshu knelt on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood, which made Li Qingluo and the others exclaim. Jia Sherdao grinned. He seemed to want to laugh and cry at the same time. In the eyes of others, his opponent seemed to be more seriously injured when he spat out blood. But deep down, he knew that although he looked fine, his meridians had been filled with his opponent's sword aura, and he was no different from a disabled person. At that moment, he finally understood why his opponent had done the opposite and appeared in front of him, where he was the strongest. Although that punch was powerful, he had held back 30% of his power in case Jia Sherdao attacked from behind, so the punch had only 70% of its power. Moreover, his opponent had appeared in front of him in advance, and they were too close. As a result, his punch didn't have enough distance to unleash its full power, so it was greatly reduced. One of them had planned it, and the other had attacked in a hurry. Therefore, although they had both hit each other, the damage they had caused was worlds apart. It seems that I'm still lacking a little bit of ruthlessness in my bones. Jia Sherdao was surprisingly calm now that things had come to this. You've done well enough. Song Qingshu evaluated objectively. To be able to plan such a shocking plot and almost succeed, how could he lack ruthlessness? However, he was good at arranging everything behind the scenes and manipulating others to fight for their lives. Now that it was his turn, although he knew what to do rationally, he still lacked experience. What are you going to do with this mess? Are you going to replace the emperor, or? Jia Sherdao couldn't help but ask when he saw Zhao Go looking at him with a pleased expression. Song Qingshu shook his head. If I replace him, won't I become another you? As expected, you didn't let victory get to your head. Jia Sherdao smiled playfully, as if he had already predicted Zhao Go's fate. It's a shame that I've been scheming for 10 years, but it's all for someone else. Song Qingshu didn't respond. He was recovering. Jia Sherdao was a great grandmaster after all. Although his punch hadn't unleashed its full power for various reasons, it was still the last attack of a great grandmaster. It wouldn't be easy to take it, and he would need a few months to recover. Jia Sherdao suddenly said to him, Prince Song, I want to ask you for a favor. What is it? Song Qingshu frowned slightly, but he didn't think that Jia Sherdao would beg for mercy. A few days ago, young master came to our house as a guest, and you promised to teach those good-for-nothing children. You even drank from them. I hope young master will take care of them in the future for the sake of that. Jia Sherdao looked at him quietly. Song Qingshu frowned slightly. How could he not understand what Jia Sherdao was implying? Jia Sherdao had rebelled, and according to the laws of every dynasty, his entire family would be executed. If he failed this time, the young masters and young mistresses of the Jia clan would be implicated as well, so he wanted to use Song Qingshu to protect the Jia clan. When he promised to teach those young masters and young mistresses of the Jia clan, he was just pretending. Both sides knew that they couldn't take it seriously. Now that Jia Sherdao was talking about this, it was really a hot potato. At this time, Zhao Go said angrily, "Be ****, you rebelled against your superiors, and your entire family should be executed." Jia Sherdao didn't even look at him. Instead, he waited for Song Qingshu's answer. You can make the decision yourself. Why do you need to listen to other people's orders? Song Qingshu answered, Are you trying to sow discord between us, the ruler and the minister? Ruler and minister? Jia Sherdao acted as if he had heard a joke. Neither of you treat the other as a ruler, and neither of you treat the other as a minister. Do you believe that the first thing Zhao Go will do when he returns to the capital is plan to kill you? Zhao Go hurriedly said, Don't listen to his nonsense, Minister Song. You deserve the most credit for suppressing the rebellion. After we return to the capital, I will announce it to the world and reward you generously. Jia Sherdao sneered. He is already a lord, who is second only to one. What else can you reward him? Zhao Go opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything, because he hadn't thought about that at all. Jia Sherdao continued to look at Song Qingshu. You are a smart man. You should know what fate awaits a minister when he is too meritorious to be rewarded by the ruler. Zhao Go finally reacted and yelled, Don't try to sow discord between us, you thief. Minister Song is my brother-in-law, and we are family. Of course, we are different from other ministers. Jia Sherdao rolled his eyes at him, thinking that those words could only fool a 3-year-old. Although the people in the room weren't old foxes, they wouldn't believe those words. Seeing that Song Qingshu was silent, he continued, Actually, this isn't a request. To be more precise, it's a deal. Oh? I'd like to hear more about it, Song Qingshu said curiously. Jia Sherdao waved his hand. Come closer. It's best not to let anyone else hear our conversation. Song Qingshu frowned. Jia Sherdao smiled bitterly. I'm like this. Are you still afraid that I'll plot against you? If I could use my inner power, I would have used secret voice sending. It wouldn't be so troublesome. Song Qingshu nodded and walked to his side, but he didn't let his guard down. Jia Sherdao lowered his voice and said, I can roughly guess what you're going to do next, but I advise you not to make it public that I'm the one behind this trip to the Wudong sect. Why? Song Qingshu didn't understand why he was still so calm. Jia Sherdao smiled and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Dong Zhuo was killed in the last years of the Eastern Han dynasty, and Wang Situ wanted to kill him. In the end, the Xiliang army attacked the capital in desperation. In the end, the capital fell and the world fell apart. I don't think you want to repeat the same mistake, do you? Song Qingshu was slightly moved, and he understood what he was implying. Jia Sherdao had been defeated, but the Jia's group was still powerful. After decades of operation, he had disciples and officials all over the court. If people found out that Jia Sherdao had failed in his rebellion and been killed, they would definitely be in danger. If there was a spark, the whole situation would explode. Not to mention other things, the 4 families were connected, and they were related by marriage. How could they not find a way to protect themselves? And the Lu brothers had been running Xiangyang for so many years, and they controlled one of the 3 major military regions of the court. If they had nowhere to go, they wouldn't have to think about whether they would stretch their necks or rebel. Not to mention that Jia Sherdao had run the Privy Council for so many years, and he didn't know how many people in the military were related to him. There must be many people like Lu Gu. Even if the court let them go, how could they not be suspicious? Once it was used by someone with ulterior motives, the whole country would immediately fall apart. Song Qingshu had spent so much effort, and he didn't want a divided country. At this time, Jia Sherdao continued, There is no personal grudge between you and me. What good will it do you to identify me as a rebel? On the contrary, you can maximize your benefits by protecting my reputation. Song Qingshu sighed and said, I kind of admire you. Even in this situation, you can still find the best way to protect your reputation and family. Jia Sherdao was indeed an old fox who had been immersed in politics. He had hit the nail on the head with just a few words, and he had no choice but to reconsider. Hearing what he said, Jia Sherdao was completely relieved. Ha ha ha, then I can go in peace. Then he looked at the emperor in the distance and shouted, Zhao Go, although I lost, I didn't lose to you. My life is mine, and no one can take it away except for myself. After saying that, he gathered the last of his genuine qi and slapped his forehead. The hero of a generation had come to an end. Chapter 2030. Amit Ba. Seeing Jia Sherdao commit suicide, the drunkard monk put his palms together. This matter had finally come to an end. But why was the ending so bleak? Jia Sherdao had suffered a crushing defeat, but had he won? Although he had saved his life with a secret method, he was so badly injured that he would never be able to return to his former state. Huang Chang was even more badly injured than him. Bastard, it's too easy for you to die like this. Zhao Go gnashed his teeth with hatred. He thought that if it weren't for Jia Sherdao, he wouldn't have taken such a risk. He would still be leisurely in Lin and as an emperor, and he wouldn't be as useless as he was now. He had made up his mind that when he returned to the capital, he would burn Jia Sherdao's bones and scatter his ashes, and then wipe out the entire Jia family. On the other side, Song Qingshu was silent. Jia Sherdao committed suicide not only because he didn't want to be humiliated by others, but also for the future of the Jia family. He knew that he was going to die, but if he died at the hands of Song Qingshu and the news spread, the Jia clan and Song Qingshu would have an irreconcilable enmity, which would be disadvantageous to the clansmen of the Jia clan. If he killed himself, the clansmen wouldn't have to think about avenging him, and Song Qingshu wouldn't have to worry about it to the point of having the thought of cutting the weeds and eliminating the root. No wonder he was a hero of his generation. Even Song Qingshu felt a bit of admiration. Even though he was at the end of his rope, he was still able to make arrangements for his funeral in such a short time. But now was not the time to think about that. His attention was soon attracted by the fight between Patriarch Sunflower and Dongfang Mushu. Although the two of them practiced the same martial arts, there was a clear difference in the way they fought. Dongfang Mushu moved like a ghost, and Patriarch Sunflower was also very fast. However, the difference was that the aura of death that seemed to come from the netherworld was much fainter now. Even the same moves he made were more dignified, with an air of elegance and nobility. Every time he attacked, there seemed to be a strange airflow around him, which seemed to be in the shape of a dragon. Does Dragon Qi really exist? Song Qingshu was speechless. It was obviously the Sunflower Treasure Manual, but now he was using it like King Zhao's 18 dragons subduing palms in the TV series. Dongfang Mushu was, after all, much younger than Patriarch Sunflower. Although she was talented enough, it was difficult to make up for the 100-year gap between them. At first, they'd been evenly matched, but now, she was on the defensive, and was clearly at a disadvantage. Song Qingshu was worried that something might happen to her, so he took a step forward, intending to help. That was when Patriarch Sunflower suddenly jumped out of the battle and waved his hand at Dongfang Mushu. That's enough, that's enough. Dongfang Mushu's chest heaved up and down. It was clear that the previous exchange had put a lot of pressure on her. At the same time, she was also somewhat impressed by the progress of her opponent's martial arts, so she didn't know what to say. Song Qingshu smiled and stopped. Why did the Patriarch stop? Patriarch Sunflower pursed his lips and glanced at the half-dead Huang Chang and the others in the distance. It's obvious that you want to fight 2 against 1. I don't want to end up like them. There were too many martial grandmasters who died on the mountain this time. He didn't want to fail miserably and die here. I'm afraid that's not up to you, Patriarch. Song Qingshu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He'd expended too much energy at the moment. Even if he and Dongfang Mushu joined forces, they might not be able to take down Patriarch Sunflower. Even if they did, they'd have to pay a heavy price, and some of them might even die. However, although he wanted to stop fighting, he didn't say anything about it. He didn't want Patriarch Sunflower to see through him and think that he could take advantage of the situation. That would be troublesome. Patriarch Sunflower chuckled. Come to think of it, we're old friends. How can we fight for real? Song Qingshu rolled his eyes. That's not what you said just now, Patriarch. Patriarch Sunflower glanced at Jia Sherdao, who was lying on the ground, and said, I was hired by him. Of course I had to be loyal to him. Now that he's dead, what's the point of fighting? Song Qingshu smiled. You're honest, Patriarch. Patriarch Sunflower chuckled. I don't even remember how long I've lived. I know it's not easy to get my lifespan. I cherish my life the most. I don't care about those useless things. Song Qingshu couldn't help but ask, I'm curious. How did Jia Sherdao manage to hire you? Patriarch Sunflower pursed his lips. Didn't I tell you before that the dragon veins of the Manqing dynasty were disappearing so fast? I had no choice but to look for other dragon veins. Now that Jia Sherdao offered the dragon veins of the Great Song as a bargaining chip, how could I not be tempted? Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. He thought that the dragon veins of the Manqing dynasty were disappearing because of him. Where do you plan to go next, Patriarch? Back to the dragon veins? Patriarch Sunflower glanced at Zhao Guo and the others in the distance. He leaned over and said in a low voice, I plan to go to Gong County of the Hunan Province. Gong County of the Hunan Province? Song Qingshu was stunned. He wondered what was so good about that place. Suddenly, he remembered that it was where the imperial mausoleum of the Northern Song dynasty was located. But during the Jingkong era, the imperial mausoleum of the Northern Song dynasty was mostly plundered by the Golden Men. I wonder if there are any remnants of the dragon veins left. Patriarch Sunflower frowned. If I can't find them, I'll go to Shanin. I don't believe that I can't find the dragon veins without Jia Sherdao. Song Qingshu had been named King Qi by the Southern Song dynasty. He was quite familiar with the affairs of the imperial court. Zhao Guo had long chosen Qigong Mountain in Shanin as the location of the imperial mausoleum. It was obvious what Patriarch Sunflower was going to do there. His chuckle was really coquettish. Huh! Patriarch Sunflower seemed to have noticed something. He kept looking up and down at Song Qingshu. What are you looking at? As bold as Song Qingshu was, he couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end when an old eunuch kept looking at him like that. Strange, strange. Patriarch Sunflower rested his chin on his hand and mumbled to himself. Song Qingshu took a step back nervously. Let me make this clear. I don't like men. Bah! Nothing good comes out of a filthy mouth, Patriarch Sunflower shrieked angrily. I don't even like women, much less men. Song Qingshu was speechless. Patriarch Sunflower's words made so much sense that he couldn't refute them. Patriarch Sunflower paused for a moment before voicing his doubts. When I saw you in the Qin Kingdom's imperial palace, you were filled with the scent of peach blossoms that I didn't like. But this time, I can vaguely sense the presence of Dragon Qi. But you're clearly not the Emperor. Could it be that I'm seeing things? Dragon Qi? Song Qingshu was taken aback. Could it be that I've been pretending to be the Emperor in a few countries, and that's why it's here? Patriarch Sunflower shook his head. No. It's still a little different from true Dragon Qi. It's not as rich. Why don't you let me try inhaling it? Song Qingshu's face darkened. Get lost. Tea's stingy. Patriarch Sunflower waved his hand. Forget it. I'll give you a present before I leave. With that, he flashed away. Everyone heard a series of clanging sounds as the weapons of the Island of Heroes, messengers of rewarding kindness and punishing evil, fell to the ground. Then, their bodies swayed a little, and their mouths fell open. Suddenly, they fell to the ground and lay there motionless. Although it was only for a moment, everyone present was an expert. They could clearly see that there was a tiny red dot on their foreheads, from which blood seeped out. Clearly, they had been killed by Patriarch Sunflower. Zhang San and Li Si, who were lucky enough to survive, quickly retreated, trembling violently. Even Ouyang Feng, Qiu Qianren, and the others hurriedly retreated, cold sweat dripping from their temples. They looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. But as far as the eye could see, Patriarch Sunflower was nowhere to be seen. Clearly, he had left the mountain after killing these people. How terrifying! The same thought popped up in everyone's mind. Ouyang Feng and the others had been suppressed when they fought against the messengers of reward of kindness, punish of evil. But now, Patriarch Sunflower had killed them as easily as if they were chickens. Although it had been a sneak attack, such things were common in the Jianghu. Ouyang Feng and the others were covered in cold sweat, wondering if they could have survived if Patriarch Sunflower had attacked them. Especially Ouyang Feng, who was one of the 5 unique masters. He had been with Song Qinshu for many years, and he had seen too many top-notch fights. He had learned a lot, and after a period of seclusion, he felt that his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Although he wasn't as strong as Wang Chongyang, he had already surpassed the other 5 unique masters. This time, he had seen a great master fight on Wutang Mountain. While admiring him, he also thought that if he were to fight a great master, he might be able to withstand a few dozen moves. But if his opponent was Patriarch Sunflower, would he be able to withstand even one move? Of course, this didn't mean that Patriarch Sunflower's martial arts were far better than Huang Chang and the others. It was just that he was too fast, and he could kill those who were weaker than him in an instant. In this aspect, he was indeed better than the other great masters. Song Qinshu sighed inwardly. These people from the Isle of Heroes were all Jia Shidao's trusted subordinates, and they had witnessed what had happened on Wutang Mountain. They couldn't be left alive. Patriarch Sunflower had killed them to return the favor. Of course, from Patriarch Sunflower's point of view, he probably felt that it would be embarrassing to retreat in front of 2 juniors, but he didn't want to risk his life, so he used this opportunity to show others how powerful his martial arts were. This time, it wasn't because he was afraid to run, but because he was thinking rationally. Song Qinshu looked around at the scene. Zhao Guo's royal guards had all been killed, and King Yi's men of sacrifice from the Mansion of Spirits had all been killed by the people of the Isle of Heroes. Even King Yi himself had been disabled by Jia Shidao and was now in a coma. Jia Shidao, Island Master Long and Island Master Mu were all dead. The 3 of them were not only the leaders of the Isle of Heroes, but also the masters of the Ronghua House and the Ningguo House. Now that they were dead, the Jia family only had some young people and women left. Some of the masters of the Isle of Heroes had been killed by Ouyang Feng and the others, and the rest had been taken care of by Patriarch Sunflower. Now, apart from the people of the Wu-Tang clan and his own people like Li Qingluo and Xiao Longnu, the rest were the great masters who were seriously injured and on the verge of death. "Brother Song, please save my master," said the yellow-robed woman. At this moment, the yellow-robed woman's voice sounded. Her tone was filled with anxiety, and there was even a hint of sobbing in her voice. Chapter 2031. Song Qinshu hurried over and took her place. He gently pressed his palm on Huang Chang's back and continuously transferred genuine qi to him. His inner qi was much higher than the yellow-robed woman's. Huang Chang quickly opened his eyes and said weakly, "I'm dead. You don't have to waste your energy. Besides, you're also seriously injured." Song Qinshu said apologetically, "I'm late." Otherwise, Huang Chang waved his hand slightly to stop him. "You don't have to blame yourself. The way of heaven is constant. It doesn't exist for good or die for evil. If you and I were in each other's shoes, I would have made the same choice." Song Qinshu was silent. He had been looking for helpers all along the way, so time was a little tight. But no matter how tight time was, it wouldn't have been so coincidental. He could have gone up the mountain earlier. But if he had done that, he wouldn't have been the fisherman. Instead, he would have been the sandpiper and clam. He had to be responsible for the safety of himself and his men. So if he had to do it again, he would probably have made the same choice. Huang Chang obviously saw through all this, but he understood it very well. This understanding wasn't polite, because he cultivated the way of nature. He didn't have many rules and regulations. As long as he could achieve his goal, he could do anything. So he also approved of Song Qinshu's way of doing things from the bottom of his heart. After all, he had miscalculated this time. He didn't expect King Yi and Jia Sherdao to join forces and find so many great grandmasters. Otherwise, with his and the drunkard monk's cultivation, they would have been able to suppress everyone. Now that he had lost because he didn't expect all this, he certainly could afford to lose. I had a premonition that my lifespan was coming to an end, so I don't have too many regrets now. Huang Chang looked calm and looked at the yellow-robed woman beside him. But my apprentice has had a hard life. She used to be a noble, but she was captured by the Golden Men as a slave when she was very young. Luckily, I happened to pass by and saved her. The yellow-robed woman choked with sobs. Master's great kindness, Yingluo will remember it for the rest of her life. Huang Chang smiled and said to Song Qinshu, her identity is awkward. Without my care in the future, I'm afraid it will be difficult for her to survive in Linnan. Since you are friends, help me take care of her. When he said that, he suddenly closed his mouth because he realized that the word take care of had many meanings. It was as if he had entrusted her life to the other party, so he immediately changed his words. Although she has learned the 9-yin manual, she has not understood its true essence. Since you also know the 9-yin manual and are her friend, please give her some pointers in the future. In the past, Huang Shang's entire family was killed by the Ming dynasty. He was focused on revenge and practicing martial arts, so he did not remarry. Later on, when his martial arts reached a high level, he was old and did not have the desire to marry. Therefore, he lived a lonely life and did not have any children. Although the yellow-robed woman was his disciple in name, he treated her like his own granddaughter in his heart. Previously, when he found out that she and Song Qinshu had some ambiguous relationship, Huang Shang was unbearably angry. He had a feeling that the cabbage that he had painstakingly planted had been taken away by a pig. If it was someone else, it would be fine. He was young, handsome, and skilled in martial arts. However, Song Qinshu was a greedy and lecherous person. Not to mention the rumors in Jianghu, the key point was that he had personally seen him sneak into the inner palace and flirt with the concubines. How could such a person be a good match? Huang Shang treated the yellow-robed woman as his own granddaughter and naturally did not want her to get involved in this mess. Therefore, he changed his words in time and changed from taking care of her to giving pointers in martial arts. Not to mention the surname Song's character, his martial arts were first class. With his pointers, the yellow-robed woman would at least reach the level of a grandmaster. Perhaps she would even have the opportunity to see the threshold of a great grandmaster. At that time, in this big world, who would dare to bully her? Senior, do not worry. I will do my best, Song Qinshu answered solemnly. And the officials? Huang Shang glanced at Zhao Guo in the distance and noticed that his eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at Song Qinshu's back. He hesitated and swallowed the rest of his words. Never mind, there is nothing else. You all are on your own. After he finished speaking, the light in his eyes slowly disappeared. Before the others could react, the drunkard monk and the sweeping monk put their palms together. Amitabha Buddha, the yellow-robed woman finally understood that her master had passed away. She forced back the tears in her eyes and suddenly grabbed the long sword on the ground to stab at the sweeping monk beside her. At this moment, Li Qingluo, who was guarding the sweeping monk, used the ice sleeve acupuncture point technique to deflect the long sword in her hand. She frowned and said, "What are you doing?" The yellow-robed woman pointed at the sweeping monk and said angrily, "Master clearly died under his sneak attack. Now you are pretending to be kind and righteous." Amitabha Buddha. Li Qingluo gave a humph. On the battlefield, victory or defeat is based on one's own ability. This cannot be blamed on my Shirshu. Because she knew of the relationship between the sweeping monk and the Xiao Yao sect, she had to protect him no matter what. Song Qinshu was in a dilemma. At this moment, he could not help but feel a headache coming on. Luckily, the drunkard monk spoke at this moment. Ing Luo, this is a matter between us Grand Masters. The other party is burdened with the hatred of his country and family. What he did before was understandable. But the yellow-robed woman wanted to say more. The drunkard monk shook his head and said, "When your master died, did he ask you to avenge him?" "He did not." The yellow-robed woman bit her lip. "But that was because master took pity on his disciple, and did not want me to take the risk." The drunkard monk said seriously, "If that is the case, how can you repay his efforts by taking the risk? One thought to become a demon, one thought to become a Buddha. Please reconsider." Seeing that she was still a little indignant, he could only use the secret sound transmission to say, "Silly child, the sweeping monk's identity is special. He is a Shaolin High monk and an elder of the Shaoyao sect. These two sects have many masters. If you kill him, the masters of these two sects will come endlessly to seek revenge on you. Moreover, there are people protecting him now. You cannot kill him. Anyway, he is heavily injured and will not live for long. What harm is there in letting him live for a few more days?" Hearing his explanation, the yellow-robed woman was relieved. She said apologetically, "Thank you, Senior, for your explanation." The drunkard monk nodded and stood up to bow to Zhao Go. "Master, I have fulfilled my promise from before. It can be said that I have repaid the Song Emperor's kindness to my family. Now that the matter has been settled, I will take my leave." "Master, you cannot abandon me." Zhao Go was anxious. Now that all the guards by his side were dead and the last person on his side was about to leave, how could he not panic? The drunkard monk shook his head. "I am no different from a useless person now. There is no point in staying. Now that I have repaid the karma of the past, it is time to fulfill my old wish." After saying this, he ignored Zhao Go's repeated requests to stay. His slightly hunched and thin figure gradually disappeared in the mountain path. His singing could be faintly heard in the air. "When the porridge is gone, when will the rice come? It is all because a skin bag is hard to cure. This body is so ignorant. Once it enters the throat, it reaches the stomach. In the blink of an eye, it is hungry again. Only the monk does not care and must slowly drink 3 cups. When winter comes, I still wear summer clothes. Although my body is ugly, my heart is not lost." The sweeping monk at the side had a strange expression. "Amitabha. This state of mind and attainment of the Dharma far surpasses me." Li Qingluo beside him frowned. "Why do I feel that the lyrics are so vulgar?" The sweeping monk smiled slightly and did not explain. After a long time, he sighed. "The matter here has been settled. It is time for me to leave." Li Qingluo hurriedly said, "Martial uncle, let me see you off." The sweeping monk shook his head. "There is no need. If this stinky body dies by the side of the road, it is what it deserves." "But," Li Qingluo wanted to say more. The sweeping monk had already walked in front of Song Qingshu. "Benefactor Song, do you want to stop me?" Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment but still shook his head. "That year in the depository of scriptures, I was fortunate to receive Senior's guidance. That is why I am where I am today. Why would I make things difficult for Senior? The cause of the past, the effect of today." The sweeping monk sighed. "Benefactor Song, do not worry. I will not say a word about what happened today." Looking at his departing figure, Song Qingshu laughed involuntarily. Why did the sweeping monk make it seem like he wanted to kill the king and take the throne? But he was also a little curious. The other's aura, it seemed that his injuries were not as serious as he had imagined. But his back had been hit by a great grandmaster's full-force attack. How could he have kept his life? Just as Song Qingshu was puzzled, he suddenly heard Zhao Go yell, "Ing Luo, help me kill the traitor Wang Chongyang." He had seen the wine-fighting monk and the sweeping monk leave one after the other. He was worried that Wang Chongyang would also escape, so he had yelled out in advance. But now he had no one he could use. Only the yellow-robed girl could be counted as his brother and sister. They should be on the same side. Hearing this, the yellow-robed girl frowned. Different from the sweeping monk, Master had not been injured by Wang Chongyang. Also, he and Master were good friends. He would occasionally appear at Jianshan Academy. Years ago, he had even taught her once. She really could not bear to act against him when he was heavily injured. Sir, he is heavily injured. He does not have many months left to live, the yellow-robed girl could only answer. He rebelled against his superiors. How can we let him die so easily? Much less live for a few more months? Zhao Guo's face was a bit twisted. Normally, he would not have lost his composure like this. But this time, his plan, which he thought was flawless, had failed. Then, he had become completely disabled. His mental defenses had finally been broken, so he seemed a bit hysterical. What are you waiting for? The yellow-robed girl was unwilling, but she could not disrespect the emperor in front of everyone. So, she stood there with an awkward expression. Wang Chongyang laughed. Forget it. Chongyang has never been weaker than anyone. Even Jia Shurdao did not want to die at the hands of others. How could I die at the hands of an incapable ruler like you? After saying this, he extended his finger and pointed at his own acupuncture point. He was a master of the one-yang finger. If this finger were to hit him, there was no way he would survive. Song Qingshu was shocked. Not to mention that the two of them had once been friends. Wang Chongyang's personality and ambition suited his temperament. How could he let him die like this? Just as he was about to save him, a white shadow suddenly flashed by. With a flip of a wrist, it blocked Wang Chongyang's finger. Everyone around was shocked. Although Wang Chongyang was heavily injured, he still had the power of a great grandmaster, who could easily block this attack without any warning. They quickly looked over and saw a person in white standing next to Wang Chongyang. She was holding his wrist. Her figure was slim and graceful. It was obviously a woman. Her dress fluttered in the wind, making her look like a fairy. She seemed to be around 40 years old. She was very beautiful, but her eyebrows were long, and there was murderous intent in the corners of her eyes. The person in white laughed coldly. Although her voice was pleasant to hear, her words were full of mockery. I can't believe you can't change your personality even when you're about to die. Chapter 2032. Li Qingluo was the mistress of the Wang family, and Wang Chongyang was her elder. But as she watched the sweeping monk leave, she remembered some things of the past. For a moment, she was in a daze and did not pay attention to the situation here. When the change happened, it was too late for her to stop it. Fortunately, this mysterious woman appeared at this time. Before he could thank her, Wang Chongyang's body shook. He looked at the white-robed person in front of him. His mouth opened several times, but no words came out. But everyone could see the excitement in his eyes. What, don't you recognize me? The white-robed person snorted. Her tone was clearly dissatisfied. Chaoying, is it really you? Wang Chongyang asked uncertainly. Song Qingshu, who was at the side, was startled. Who else could make him so excited with this name other than Lin Chaoying? Years ago in the ancient tomb, he had seen a portrait of Lin Chaoying when she was young. Although this white-robed person was not that young, he could still vaguely recognize her. He subconsciously glanced at Xiao Longnu, only to see her blinking her beautiful eyes, curiously sizing up this ancestor grandmother who had suddenly appeared. Wang Chongyang suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you already dead?" Lin Chaoying sneered. "You are not dead. How can I die earlier than you?" "That's true." Wang Chongyang showed a bit of a smile. "Then why have you never contacted me after all these years?" Lin Chaoying spat. "Who do you think you are? Why would I contact you? I don't know how free and unfettered I am." Wang Chongyang frowned. "Why are you still like this?" Lin Chaoying immediately said angrily, "What do you mean by like this? You make it sound like your temper is so good. When the news of my death spread, you ran over and didn't even pee. In the end, you spent all your energy on deciphering my Jade Women's Heart Sutra. You purposely left the deciphering method on the stone coffins of the ancient tomb disciples. The ancient tomb disciples could only find out before they died that their lifetime of martial arts had been completely broken by someone else. They died in endless regret and regret. Pa, what kind of man are you? He even proudly wrote that Chongyang would never be weaker than anyone. Song Qinshu, who was at the side, was speechless. Lin Chaoying's personality was really fierce. No wonder she would fight with Wang Chongyang for a lifetime, neither willing to submit to the other. They were originally a pair of immortal lovers, but in the end they could only love and kill each other for a lifetime. Compared to Lin Chaoying's personality, Song Qinshu felt that he preferred the gentle type. Even Xiao Long Nu's cold personality was better than Lin Chaoying's hot temper. Of course, objectively speaking, Old Wang was the one who had done the wrong thing. In the past, Old Wang had criticized Old Wang for carving the technique to break the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra on the coffins of the ancient tomb disciples. It was a little cheap. Wang Chongyang's face turned red, but he didn't want to admit defeat. In the end, isn't it because your ancient tomb sect's kung fu is designed to counter the Chuanjian sect's kung fu? You can counter it, but I can't? You. Lin Chaoying frowned, her eyes filled with rage. Seeing that the two of them were about to argue again, Song Qinshu couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He quickly stepped forward and interrupted, "You must be Senior Lin from the ancient tomb sect." Lin Chaoying turned around to look at him, and nodded with some appreciation. "You must be Song Qinshu. I know about your deeds. Not bad. Not only are you more handsome than that Mr. Wang, but you are also more responsible than him." Song Qinshu smiled, but didn't know how to respond. However, he was a little surprised that Lin Chaoying had a good impression of him. He thought that she would hate him. After thinking about it, it must be because he had risked his life to protect Xiao Long Nu in the palace. Ancestor Grandma? Xiao Long Nu also walked over at this time and greeted in a low voice. "Longer be good. Even your master couldn't understand the essence of my kung fu. In the end, you were able to use the pure heart of fairies' swordplay. You are really talented." Looking at Xiao Long Nu, Lin Chaoying's expression softened. "But I admire your taste in men. You are much better than ancestral grandmother." Lin Chaoying's next words almost choked Wang Chongyang to death. He thought to himself, "You can praise me if you want, but why do you have to step on me?" Song Qinshu, on the other hand, was bursting with joy. He wished he could hug her and kiss her. This assist really caught him off guard. Xiao Long Nu didn't think that ancestral grandmother would say this to her. Even though she had a cold personality, her pale face blushed. "Ancestral grandmother, you misunderstand. Between him and I," Lin Chaoying sighed. It's not easy to find a man in this world who is willing to die for you." Xiao Long Nu was stunned. She couldn't help but think of the time when she put down the broken dragon stone. Yang Guo risked his life to jump in to accompany her. At that time, senior apprentice Sister Li Macho also said the same thing to her. But soon, the scene of Song Qinshu protecting her in the Lin, an imperial palace, appeared in her mind. For a moment, her heart was in a mess. It's a pity that this person is greedy and lustful. Everyone in Jianghu knows that he is a playboy. He may not be a good match. Lin Chaoying glared at Song Qinshu fiercely. Her dissatisfaction was clear in her words. Song Qinshu's face heated up. He really couldn't refute this. Lin Chaoying was obviously not in the mood to participate in the matters between the younger generation. She went over and lifted Wang Chongyang's collar. "I'm taking this person away. You don't have any objections, do you?" Wang Chongyang was embarrassed and angry. "Outrageous! Put me down." He had always cared about his reputation and reputation. Moreover, he had been fighting with Lin Chaoying for a lifetime. Now that he was lifted up like a chicken in front of so many people, he was really ashamed and angry. But now that he was seriously injured and on the verge of death, He didn't have the strength to resist Lin Chaoying. Looking at his somewhat comical appearance, Song Qingshu couldn't help but want to laugh. Seeing that Lao Wang kept signaling him with his eyes, he thought of the friendship between them. He coughed lightly and stepped forward. Senior Lin, his injury is not trivial. Why don't you stay and let's think about it together and see if there is any way to save him? No need. Lin Chaoying directly rejected his proposal. Song Qingshu didn't understand. Wang Chongyang's injury could not be healed even if he used the one yang finger to heal him. Unless he used the blissful Zen technique to perform dual cultivation with Wang Chongyang, there might be hope. Vomit. Thinking of that scene, Song Qingshu felt a chill run down his spine. Even if he was beaten to death, he would not allow it. If he didn't know the relationship between Lin Chaoying and Wang Chongyang, Song Qingshu might have suspected that she didn't want to save him. But he knew that although Lin Chaoying's mouth was not forgiving, she would never harm Wang Chongyang, so he didn't stop her. Soon, Wang Chongyang was shouting and protesting. Lin Chaoying carried him and disappeared on the distant mountain road. At this time, Song Qingshu checked the rest of the people on the mountain. He first went to Huang Yaoshi's side and found that he was unconscious. He checked his pulse and found that although his injury was serious, he was still alive. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. If something happened to him, he didn't know how sad Ronger would be. He quickly took a 9 turns bear snake pill and fed it to him. Then he said to Yu Lianzhou and the others, "Martial uncles, please arrange a place for me to take him to heal." Yu Lianzhou nodded. Of course. Huang Yaoshi was, after all, a world-famous person. It was as easy as lifting a finger to befriend the Peach Blossom Island. Why not? His only concern was that Huang Yaoshi was involved in the rebellion, but with Song Qingshu here, it should not be a problem. Oh right, this Shurpatian should be related to the black and white swords of Shangqing Temple. They are both from the Wudang sect. Martial uncles, please take him to the people of Shangqing Temple. Song Qingshu checked Shurpotian's injury. Fortunately, his inner energy was really strong and he wasn't injured by a grandmaster, so he was able to keep his life. But after being injured by Zhao Gou's attack, most of his martial arts would probably be crippled. Shangqing Temple sent people here during the headmaster's ceremony, so we can ask them, Zhang Songshi answered. He checked the others. No matter if they were Zhao Gou's guards, the Mansion of Spirits, or the Isle of Heroes, they all died in the battle. Only Ding Dian survived because of the special effect of the God Illuminating Sutra, but he had automatically entered a state of tortoise rest. Song Qingshu fed him the 9 turns bear snake pill and handed him over to the people of the Wudang sect to take care of. Many people of the Wudang sect were also injured. For example, Yin Lighting was kicked by Jia Sherdao and was badly injured. The other third-generation disciples were more or less injured. Soon, the warriors of the Wudang sect took everyone to a place to heal. After they left, the bamboo forest became much emptier. At this time, Zhao Gou finally spoke. You sent away all the irrelevant people. I guess you are going to make a move on me. Seeing that he let go of the sweeping monk and Wang Chongyang, and even took care of Huang Yaoshi, how could he not understand? The yellow-shirted woman was shocked and quickly spread her arms in front of him. Don't kill him. Although she didn't like this brother, she was still a member of the royal family, and they were related by blood. At this time, Li Qingluo pulled Xiao Long Nu's hand and walked over. Kill him. Why don't we kill him? Just now they wanted to kill the sweeping monk, and she stood up to stop them. She didn't expect the tables to turn, and their roles were reversed. You! The yellow-shirted woman was angry, but at the same time, she understood that she could deal with one of them. If the two of them worked together, how could they stop them? She had no choice but to look at Song Qingshu for help. Brother Song. Song Qingshu looked like he was in a difficult position. They were both people, and it wasn't good to offend either of them. At this time, it was Dongfang Muxue who couldn't stand it anymore. She walked over and snorted. I will listen to whoever can beat me. Maybe it was because of her experience as the leader of the devil cult, or because she had become an emperor in the past 2 years, but she always had a kind of power about her, which shocked the 3 women. Are you kidding me? You are a great grandmaster. How can we beat you? Since there are no objections, then listen to me, Dongfang Muxue said and looked at Song Qinshu with disdain. You really lack dominance. A harem should look like a harem. If you can't even control it, how can you have a harem? Today is New Year's Eve. Happy New Year, everyone. Chapter 2033. Song Qinshu smiled bitterly. In terms of aggressiveness, he really could not compare to Invincible East, who had shocked the martial world for so many years. This kind of thing was innate and hard to learn. The other 2 girls had different reactions when they heard her words. Li Qinluo was fine. She was a mature woman and did not feel anything, but the yellow-robed girl could not help but stomp her foot. What are you talking about? What harem? We are not like what you think. Dongfang Muxue glanced at her and did not pay attention to her. She said directly, Since you can't beat me, then listen to me. The expressions of the people on the side were interesting. From her tone, it sounded like she was also a member of Song Qinshu's harem. But she was clearly a man. Could it be that Song Qinshu liked that kind of thing? Thinking of this, they all stared at Song Qinshu strangely, thinking that the moral degeneration of the world was getting worse day by day. People's hearts were not what they used to be. At this time, Dongfang Muxue continued, It is not wise to kill Zhao Go now and leave behind a big mess. Why don't we keep him alive and let him be a puppet? How dare you? Zhao Go was originally very weak from his heavy injuries. Now that he heard the other party publicly announce that she wanted him to be a puppet, he could not help but be furious and immediately sat up straight. Now that things have come to this, there is no place for you to speak. Dongfang Muxue huffed and waved her hand casually, looking like she could not be bothered with him. Zhao Go was furious and was about to open his mouth to curse when Dongfang Muxue laughed coldly and said, If you don't know what's good for you, do you believe that I will kill you right now? Zhao Go's face was green and his expression was uncertain. Seeing that he did not dare to say anything, many people sighed in their hearts. No wonder he had been bullied so badly by the Jin kingdom all these years. This emperor was too tolerant. The yellow-robed girl was about to speak when Dongfang Muxue cut her off. It is already because of you that he is able to keep his life and the throne. Don't push your luck. When the time comes, you will lose everything and get nothing. The yellow-robed girl hesitated but did not say anything in the end. It was unknown whether she was afraid of the other party's temperament or worried that saying too much would bring Zhao Go to his death. At this moment, a commotion suddenly came from halfway up the mountain. Very soon, a Wu-Tang disciple came to report, A group of soldiers from the imperial court has charged up here. Zhao Go suddenly looked happy. Although those soldiers were most likely Jia Shidao's or King Yi's subordinates, no matter which side they were from, they wouldn't be able to deal with Song Qinshu. Then, he would have room to maneuver. Soldiers of the royal court? Song Qinshu was also trying to guess which group it was, but he didn't have to worry about it because the other party had already rushed over. Officials! The leading general was shocked when he saw the corpses strewn all over the ground. When he saw that Zhao Go was still alive, he visibly heaved a sigh of relief and shouted excitedly, Wang Ziting! Song Qinshu had already recognized the other party. He was puzzled as to why he would appear here. At first, Wang Ziting's 10,000 bodyguards were held up by the Liu brothers' army. Then, in order to hold up the Liu brothers' army, Song Qinshu mobilized the loyal army of the Jin kingdom to the south and pretended to attack Xiangyang. Wang Ziting must have slipped out during this time. Of course, it wasn't easy for him to escape. He didn't have many soldiers with him. Although he didn't count them, it was clearly far from 10,000. The majority of the army was fighting with the Lu brothers and the Jin Kingdom's army, and he had brought some elite troops to break out. "Quick, help me kill this traitor." Zhao Go pointed at Song Qingshu agitatedly, and instantly gave the order. It looks like Wang Ziding and Jia Sherdao aren't on the same side. Originally, Song Qingshu had been thinking about whether or not the Wang family had participated in Jia Sherdao's rebellion. After all, they were both from the four major families, and they were related by marriage. But now, seeing his reaction when he saw Zhao Go, he was finally sure that he hadn't participated. In fact, it made sense. If the two of them were on the same side, Zhao Go wouldn't have brought him here to dig his own grave. At this time, Wang Ziding also heard Zhao Go's order, and could not help but be shocked. But his long-time loyalty instinctively made him pull out his sword. The soldiers under him also took up their weapons and surrounded Song Qingshu in the middle. Song Qingshu frowned slightly. At that moment, Li Qingluo ran out and stood in front of him. "Second brother, what are you doing?" Wang Ziding was the second son of the second branch of the Wang family, and Li Qingluo was the wife of the eldest son of the third branch of the Wang family. The two of them naturally knew each other. Wang Ziding was shocked. "Sister, why are you with the traitor? Come over here." Li Qingluo smiled bitterly. "King Qi saved the emperor. I am the traitor." Wang Ziding was dumbfounded. He didn't expect her to be involved in the rebellion. Li Qingluo glanced at the soldiers beside him and said, "I have some things I want to say to you in private." Zhao Go quickly opened his mouth, and was about to say something when Dongfang Muxue raised her hand. An invisible force sealed his acupuncture point, making it impossible for him to make a sound. Wang Ziding hesitated for a moment and then waved his hand, indicating for the soldiers to retreat. However, he had seen Song Qingshu's martial arts and was worried that the other would take the opportunity to attack him. So, he gave an order. "Archers, get ready. If anything happens to me, kill everyone standing on this mountain." He didn't emphasize the emperor's safety. These bodyguards wouldn't be so blind as to shoot the emperor. He didn't say it because he didn't want these people to hide behind the emperor and use him as a shield. That would be very troublesome. On the other side, Dongfang Muxue also quietly shifted her position. She quietly calculated whether she should directly attack the archers or use Zhao Go as a hostage. Song Qingshu, on the other hand, stood there calmly, as if he wasn't worried about how the situation would develop. Li Qingluo walked to Wang Ziding's side and roughly explained what had just happened. However, whether intentionally or unintentionally, she left out some details that were disadvantageous to Song Qingshu. Dongfang Muxue looked playfully at Song Qingshu and used secret telepathy to say, "You really have a lot of luck with women. I feel like all beautiful women are related to you, whether it's a young girl in the prime of her life or a married lady." The others couldn't hear what Li Qingluo said, but how could they hide it from the two grandmasters? Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly, not knowing how to respond. Li Qingluo continued to persuade Wang Ziding, saying, "Second brother, let's not talk about the two grandmasters. There are also grandmasters like West Poison and Qiu Qianren. There are also many masters in Wudong. If we really fight, it's hard to say who will win." Wang Ziding was silent. If they were on an open plain, he wouldn't be afraid of these Jianghu people with his army. However, there were barriers everywhere on Wudong Mountain, and the army couldn't use their formation at all. They might not be able to stop these masters. Moreover, his army was stalled. This time, he could only bring 1,000 or 2,000 people up the mountain. Li Qingluo continued, "Just now, Jia Sherdao and King Yi rebelled. The Wangs and the Jia are so close. Your sister is married to Jia Sherdao, and I'm involved in this case. Will Zhao Go really believe in your loyalty? Will he let the Wangs go after this?" Wang Ziding knew that the emperor was the most suspicious person. He might have believed it before, but after the series of events on Wudong Mountain and his delay, it was impossible for the emperor not to have any doubts. But he killed Shi Xian. Shi Xian is my brother-in-law, and my niece Shifeng is married to the Jia. Wang Ziting couldn't help but say. Are we supposed to help him? Chapter 2034. Second brother, you might not know this, but King Qi is also one of us, Li Qingluo whispered. In the distance, Song Qingshu couldn't help but be surprised. Was she going to announce their relationship to her family? But her husband was Wang Ziting's cousin. If she announced their relationship, it would bring shame to the Wang family. Wouldn't it backfire? One of us. Wang Ziting clearly didn't understand. Li Qingluo hesitated for a moment before explaining, actually, Yuyan and he are in love with each other and have already pledged to marry each other. What? Wang Ziting was shocked. Wang Yuyan was the daughter of the third branch. Her beauty was so beautiful that it would put the moon to shame, and her personality had always been gentle. After what had happened to Shinbijuan, the Wang family had even tried to find a chance to match her with the crown prince and make her the new crown princess. Now that they suddenly found out that she had already decided to marry another man, how could they not be shocked? He wasn't the only one who was shocked. Even Song Qingshu was shocked. When did he and Wang Yuyan decide to marry each other? Although Wang Yuyan was as beautiful as a fairy, pure and gentle, knowledgeable, the two of them were friends, and he had a good impression of her. But wasn't this still far from being pledged to marry each other? Dongfang Mushua looked at him teasingly. Do all the beautiful girls in the world have that kind of relationship with you? Song Qingshu blushed and replied using secret voice transmission, Don't talk nonsense. She must be using this as an excuse to bury the hatchet. Dongfang Mushua snorted. Why go through so much trouble? With Wang Ziting's thousands of men, it won't be difficult for us to deal with them if we work together. Let's not talk about the fact that weapons have no eyes and that the Wu-Tang people will inevitably suffer losses. Wang Ziting is the current head of the Wang family. If we can obtain his support, it will be much easier for us to control the imperial court in the future, Song Qingshu replied. Dongfang Mushua knew that he had a point and didn't refute. It seems that you plan to move from behind the scenes to the front? Song Qingshu nodded. Although it's easy to disguise, I'm still hiding in the shadows. I can't live as someone else for the rest of my life. In the past, he had also been troubled by this problem. It was not until he became closer to Zhao Min in the Liao kingdom that Zhao Min learned about his situation. She talked to him a lot and provided him with a lot of advice, especially the history of Yangjian and the process of Zhao Kuangyin's rise, which touched him a lot. Therefore, this time he had the opportunity. He did not continue his previous disguise. Instead, he planned to walk step by step in front of the stage with his real identity. On the other side, Li Qingluo struck while the iron was hot and continued to persuade. Second brother, Jia Sherdao is doomed. Instead of holding on to his ship that is destined to remain silent, why don't we form an alliance with King Qi? With Yu Yan's help, we can rest assured about the future. Seeing that Wang Ziting was still a little hesitant, Li Qingluo finally used her trump card. Second brother, do you know why the two great grandmasters by the emperor's side were heavily injured? Why? Wang Ziting was curious. In his opinion, the emperor had imperial weapons, many masters, and masters like Huang Chang and Dojiu Monk. How did he end up like this? Li Qingluo sighed. Because my uncle also joined the Mansion of Spirit. He is the one with the code name General. He also participated in this rebellion. What? As the commander of the Front Palace Guard, Wang Ziting naturally knew about the Mansion of Spirits. The Imperial City Guards had been investigating this rebel organization, but they had not been able to find much useful information. They did not expect Wang Chongyang to be the core of this organization. Other than Banshan Duke, Wang Chongyang had played a crucial role in the Wang clan's current success. To a certain extent, he could even represent the Wang clan. If Li Qingluo was the only one who participated in the rebellion, they could claim that it was her own action, and the Wang family could get away with it. But now, even Wang Chongyang was involved in the rebellion. The Wang family couldn't get away with it. Song Qingshu saw that the time was right. He stepped forward and said, "Commander, Yu Yan and I are in love with each other. In the future, we will be one family with the Wang family." Previously, Li Qingluo and Wang Ziding had been conversing in low voices. Other than the two great grandmasters, no one else could hear the content of their conversation. Now that Song Qingshu mentioned this relationship, everyone was shocked. Li Qingluo glared at him. She had said that to win over Wang Ziding. In any case, they were all members of the Wang family. In the future, she could just find a reason to get away with it, and Yu Yan's reputation would be preserved. But now that Song Qingshu had said it publicly, the nature of the matter was different. There were so many people present. If word got out, how could Yu Yan's reputation be preserved? He was really the most despicable bastard in the world. Li Qingluo suspected that he was trying to take advantage of her daughter on purpose. She was so angry that she was about to explode. But now she had to consider the big picture, so she didn't lose her temper. She would deal with him later. Ignoring her murderous eyes, Song Qingshu continued to persuade Wang Ziding. "I know what you are hesitating about, Commander. Your sister and nephew have both married into the Jia family, and you are worried that they will be affected this time. I can promise you here that after we leave the mountain, we will not publicize Jia Shidao's participation in the rebellion. We will still keep the title of nobility of the Jia family. In this way, you won't have to worry that the Wang family will be affected by the Jia family. Also, the happiness of your sister and niece will be guaranteed for the rest of their lives." Wang Ziding was surprised. "Really?" Song Qingshu smiled and said, "Of course." But Wang Ziding glanced at Zhao Guo, who was not far away. "The emperor will never agree," Song Qingshu said calmly. "Now, these things are not up to him." Wang Ziding's expression changed slightly. Obviously, he understood what he meant. Song Qingshu sighed. Among the Jia, Shi, Wang, and Shui families, the Wang family can only be ranked third. Has Commander never thought about becoming the first family? During the Eastern Jin dynasty, people said that the king and his horse share the world. Why don't we recreate this legend? Wang Ziding's expression changed. As if he had made up his mind, a smile finally appeared on his face. No, it should be called, "The King and the Song Share the World." Actually, after knowing that Wang Chongyang had participated in the rebellion, he was destined not to stay in Zhao Guo's camp anymore. Later on, he was only thinking about how to preserve the glory and interests of the Wang family. At this time, with Li Qingluo acting as the middleman and his relationship with Wang Yuyan, coupled with the bargaining chips that she had put into his heart, he finally made up his mind. "You're right, uncle." Song Qingshu laughed heartily and held his hand tightly. "Uncle?" Wang Ziding was taken aback for a moment, but he soon realized that the other party was referring to him because of how Wang Yuyan had addressed him. He was extremely pleased to have such a renowned figure greet him as a junior, and he returned the other party's hand with a hearty laugh. Li Qingluo's eyes were about to spit fire. She thought, "I call Wang Ziding's second brother, but you call me uncle. What should you call me then?" Unfortunately, she couldn't vent her anger in front of so many people, so she felt even more depressed. Song Qingshu and Wang Ziding reached a preliminary agreement. Next, they discussed the details of the cooperation. Zhao Guo was placed under house arrest by Song Qingshu's people. Wang Ziding's pupils shrank, but there were too many masters on their side. He wasn't sure that he could take Zhao Guo back, so he could only acquiesce. The next step was to find someone to take responsibility for this. Since they wanted to preserve Jia Shidao's reputation, it was obvious that Prince Yi was the best candidate to take the blame. His subordinates were all dead, and he himself was seriously injured and unconscious. There was no way he could protest against his impending fate. To prevent any more trouble, Wang Ziding chopped off Prince Yi's head. That way there would be no more evidence. The whole process made Song Qingshu's eyelids twitch. He thought that these people from century-old families usually acted like gentlemen, but when it came to the interests of their families, they were more ruthless than anyone else. After that, Wang Ziding also wanted to kill the only survivor who was carrying the imperial equipment, Ding Dian. However, he was stopped by Song Qingshu. What kind of joke was this? Ding Dian was his friend. How could he let him die without knowing why? Although Wang Ziding was a little worried, his attention quickly shifted to something more important, the LV brothers, who had a lot of troops. Chapter 2035. How about I take the official's order and send troops to all the prefectures to kill the LV brothers? Now that Jia Sherdao is dead, they don't have a leader, so they can't do anything, Wang Ziding said. Song Qingshu shook his head and said, No, the Jia's group has too many people. If we kill the LV brothers, the rest of the Jia's group will be suspicious. Even if we announce that Jia Sherdao died protecting the emperor, many people won't believe it. The court will be divided and the country will be in turmoil. It will be hard for us to clean up the mess. That's right. Wang Ziding nodded and obviously agreed with his judgment. If we can't kill them all, what should we do next? The tens of thousands of troops under the LV brothers are not just for show. Song Qingshu also had a headache. At this moment, a soldier suddenly came to report, General, a woman is coming up the mountain. A woman? Wang Ziding didn't dare to be careless. Now that there were troops everywhere, ordinary people wouldn't be able to get in. What woman? That woman is dressed like a young woman. I don't know which man is so lucky to have such a beautiful wife, the soldier said with envy. Wang Ziding almost died of anger. Get to the point. In front of so many people, his soldier's first reaction was to pay attention to these messy things, which really made him feel ashamed. But that woman is really beautiful. She is more beautiful than all the women we have seen in the past decades, and her breasts are so big, the soldier murmured. Noticing that Wang Ziding was staring at him fiercely, he hurriedly said, That woman is very good at martial arts. She has a bamboo stick in her hand, and she has hurt many of our brothers. But we have almost controlled the situation, and it won't be long before we catch her alive. Although they didn't get orders from their superiors, all the soldiers were men. No man was willing to kill such a beauty, because it was such a waste. Song Qingshu frowned and said, Can you see the woman's martial arts? The soldier looked confused. After a long time, he said with uncertainty, I heard someone say that her martial arts are from the beggar gang. The beggar gang? Song Qingshu was shocked. Don't make things difficult for that person. Let her come up. Seeing that his subordinate was looking at him, Wang Ziding nodded. Let her come up. What kind of joke was this? There were 2 great grandmasters here, and the others were also top-notch experts. Why would they be afraid of that woman? Moreover, since she could be trapped by the soldiers, it was obvious that her martial arts skills were limited. In addition, he was also slightly curious in his heart. How beautiful must this woman be to make his subordinate lose his composure like this? Not long after, a mature and beautiful figure appeared in front of everyone. Her hair was coiled up on her head, and she was indeed dressed like a young married woman. Her neck was slender and fair, and she exuded a noble aura. Her cheeks were as red as peach blossoms. She was clearly born with an incomparably dignified appearance, but her plump and smooth cheeks always gave others an illusion, as if she was faintly revealing an overflowing feeling of spring, causing one's imagination to run wild. It's really huge. Wang Ziding couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He finally understood why his subordinate had lost his composure just now. The young woman's chest was swollen and trembling, and her dress was tightly wrapped around her, as if it would burst open at any time. The key point was that, unlike ordinary women who were bloated, she had a slender waist, which was extremely visually impactful. Moving his eyes away with difficulty, Wang Ziding stepped forward and cupped his hands. It turns out to be Chief Huang. Please forgive me for my impoliteness just now. Song Qingshu was extremely excited. He never thought that he would be able to meet her again. However, when he thought about how their identities were not accepted by the secular world, he could only temporarily suppress his excitement and pretend that nothing had happened. This young married woman was Huang Rong. When she and Guojing went to Linen City, they caused a lot of sensation. As the commander of the front palace, Wang Ziding had naturally seen her. He felt strange in his heart, thinking that although she was big when he saw her last time, it was obviously not so exaggerated. At this time, Huang Rong's attention was completely focused on Song Qingshu. Seeing him here, a trace of unnaturalness flashed across her face. She hurriedly looked away and said, "Greetings, Palace Marshal. I was in a hurry to break into the mountain and had a misunderstanding with them." "No problem." Wang Ziding's face showed a trace of a smile. In the face of such a beautiful woman, few men could get angry. "May I know why Madame has come to Mount Wudong this time?" Huang Rong bowed and answered, "These days I have been traveling with my father. 2 days ago we accidentally got separated. I remembered that I had heard him mention that he admired Wudong Zhenren Zhang's elegant demeanor, so I came here to find him." Her words were half true and half false. A few days ago, when she was about to give birth, Huang Yaoshi, who had always doted on her, did not stay on Peach Blossom Island. He only found his disciples Qing Ying and Lu Wushuang to take care of her. He himself was always secretive, as if he was planning something big. Huang Rong was quick-witted and realized that something was wrong. Later on, by chance, she found a letter in her father's room. Combining the clues, she deduced a terrible guess. Just a few months after giving birth, she handed the infant over to Qing Ying, her sister, and the wet nurse to take care of her while she hurried to find her father. With great difficulty, she finally found traces of her father and rushed to Wudong. Unfortunately, her lightness skill was not as good as Huang Yaoshi's, and she was still too late. In front of the commander of the front palace, she naturally did not want to tell him the real reason. At the same time, she deliberately said this to explain Huang Yaoshi's motive, trying to be the first to exonerate him. "Huang Yaoshi." Wang Ziding looked at Song Qingshu with a puzzled expression. He had just arrived and did not know much about what had happened at the back of the mountain. Song Qingshu finally found an opportunity to talk to Huang Rong. "Chief Huang, your father is seriously injured. I have sent people to take him to a safe place to treat his injuries." He did not want to call her Madame Guo, so he used Chief Huang instead. "Seriously injured?" Huang Rong's body went limp. Even with Song Qingshu's martial arts, he still felt that it was a serious injury. Seeing that she was scared out of her wits, Song Qingshu hurriedly said, "Don't worry, Island Master Huang's life is not in danger. It's just that his injuries are a little troublesome." Huang Rong bit her lip and did not care about her vow not to talk to him anymore. She pleaded, "Where is my father? Take me to him quickly." Song Qingshu didn't want her to worry so much and was about to agree when Dongfang Muxue stood up and said, "I've heard that Madame is very quick-witted. Now, there is a huge problem that is bothering us. I'll have to trouble Madame to give us some advice." Huang Rong looked at him in surprise. Who was this unbelievably handsome man? Moreover, he had a unique temperament that gave off a strange and evil charm. But in comparison, she still found Song Qingshu's manly temperament more pleasing to the eye. Her face blushed slightly, and she hurriedly abandoned her distracting thoughts. She tactfully declined, "Thinking of my father's serious injuries, I am very confused. I am afraid I cannot give you any advice." Dongfang Muxue smiled slightly. "That is not up to you. Your father is suspected of being involved in a rebellion. If this matter is not resolved, even if Island Master Huang survives, I am afraid there will be no place for your family in this big world." Chapter 2036. Huang Rong's expression changed several times, but she reacted quickly. She immediately realized that the other party was not accusing her, but forcing her to come up with a plan. She had no choice but to ask what had happened. Dongfang Muxue was a little hesitant. She didn't know the relationship between the other party and Song Qingshu. She didn't know if she could trust him or not, so she glanced at Song Qingshu with an inquiring look. Song Qingshu coughed softly and went forward to tell Huang Rong what had just happened in the back mountain. Seeing that he was very detailed and didn't seem to be worried, Dongfang Muxue showed a thoughtful expression. Maybe it was because it was related to her father's safety. Huang Rong's mind was a little clearer than usual. Soon, she had an idea. First of all, we have to give the LV brothers a way out of this embarrassing situation. We can use the Emperor's seal to summon all the officials in the capital to rescue the king. Xiang Shibi, the pacification commissioner of Jinghu North Road, Chao Shixiang, deputy commander of Jing and Yi province, Gao De and others are not on the same side as the LV brothers, so they will definitely come with their troops. The imperial edict also states that Jia Shidao died while rescuing the king and praises him for his contribution. Everyone knows about this, so even if it's fake, it has become a fact. The LV brothers know that Jia Shidao is dead, and they don't know that they are involved, so they have a backup plan. Everyone knows about this, so even if it's fake, it will become a fact. But Huang Rong changed the topic. The LV brothers are very suspicious, so the key is to find someone that both sides can trust to send a message to them and act as a mediator. I used to work with them in Xiangyang, so we can sort of be friends. Let me send a message to them. Song Qingshu was worried. That's too dangerous. If they do something desperate, you will be in danger. Huang Rong looked at him deeply and then shook her head. Thank you for your concern. I've lived in Xiangyang for so many years, and there are many disciples of the beggar gang in the city. In addition, my husband and I are a bit unlucky, so the LV brothers have to think twice before they want to hurt me. Besides, based on my understanding of them, they wouldn't dare to do anything that would cause a life-and-death struggle. Wang Ziding laughed. That's great. Then I'll have to trouble you, madam. Wang Ziding laughed. That's good. Thank you, madam. Dongfang Muxue smiled and said, Don't worry, Island Master Huang has been arranged by Qingshu. Madam will arrange for you to meet when she returns. Huang Rong nodded slightly, then pretended to glance at Song Qingshu unintentionally. After hesitating for a moment, she did not say anything in the end and left with a sweet smile on her face. Wang Ziding couldn't help but swallow his saliva as he watched her leave. He thought to himself, she really is a stunner. It's a pity that she married Guojing, who doesn't understand romance. Although he wasn't fond of women, he was still a man. If he was 10 years younger, he might have also fallen for her. As Song Qingshu stared at her back in a daze, Dongfang Muxue walked to his side and whispered, This woman is full of wisdom. If you can make use of her, she will definitely become your hidden dragon and phoenix chick. Song Qingshu nodded subconsciously. Dongfang Muxue couldn't help but laugh. Do you want me to secretly kill Guojing? That way, there won't be any obstacles between the two of you. Back then, wasn't it all thanks to me, the Moon Elder, that you were able to hook up with Xiaqingqing? Guojing's martial arts were high, but if Dongfang Muxue wanted to kill him now, it would be a piece of cake. Song Qingshu was shocked. Don't do anything rash. Hero Guo is a great hero, you can't suffer such a fate. Alright. You're a whore and you still want to keep your chastity. Dongfang Muxue curled her lips, her tone full of disdain, but according to what I know, Guojing's entire army was annihilated in the northern expedition. I don't think he's going to survive, so I don't have to worry about him. Song Qingshu didn't explain. Guojing was saved by Huajing, so his life was probably saved. He just didn't know where he was now. Since the general situation has been decided, I should go back. Dongfang Muxue suddenly said. Song Qingshu was shocked. Why are you in such a hurry? Don't you want to stay and fight with you girls? Dongfang Muxue glanced at the yellow-robed woman, Xiaolong knew, and the rest. That's not what I meant. Besides, they can't beat you. Why are you afraid of them? Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. I'm just teasing you. Dongfang Muxue smiled. The main thing is that the war between the Qin court and the three countries is coming to an end. I can't be at ease leaving it to Indigo Phoenix and Fei Yen. I don't want to fail at the last moment. Song Qingshu nodded. Indeed, business is more important. It's just that it's rare for us to meet each other. I can't bear to part with you so soon. Dongfang Muxue curled her lips. What's the use of saying such nice words? I've always been in the palace of Yanjing City. You're always welcome to visit, it's just that you've never come. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. It's not like you don't know that I have too many things on my hands. I'm also troubled by the pressure from Western Xia and Mongolia. I can't spare any time. Dongfang Muxue naturally knew the reason, but she refused to admit it. You don't have to explain. It's not that interesting to be with you. It's not as fun as the concubines in the palace. Song Qingshu was speechless. If he had not experienced it himself and knew that she was a woman among women, he would have suspected her sexual orientation. Seeing that he was rendered speechless, Dongfang Muxue left behind a string of unbridled laughter before turning into a red shadow and disappearing into the wilderness. Wang Ziding could not help but walk over and ask, "What happened to Master Dongfang?" Song Qingshu answered, "Now that the situation has been settled, she naturally left." Wang Ziding was stunned at first. He thought to himself, "You're really ambitious. I have a few thousand soldiers under me. Do you really think that you're in control of the situation?" However, on second thought, the enemy no longer had a great grandmaster. It was meaningless to leave two great grandmasters here. Moreover, they had just agreed on a common goal, and he had no reason to fall out with them. King Qi really has a wide circle of friends. You can even invite someone like Master Dongfang. Wang Ziding could not help but sigh. I do like to make friends. Other than Master Dongfang, Western Poison Mr. Ouyang and Master Qiu of the Iron Palm sect also brought the Jin Kingdom's army to help when they heard that I was in trouble. Song Qingshu did not deliberately boast about himself. He just wanted to show his strength at the right time to prevent the other party from having any improper thoughts. As expected, Wang Ziding's expression changed slightly. He had heard that Song Qingshu was friends with Tang Quobian, a powerful minister of the Jin Kingdom. Now it seemed that Song Qingshu's influence in the Jin Kingdom was really extraordinary. With his status, he would not believe that people like Ouyang Feng and Qiu Qianren would dare or have the ability to mobilize the Jin Kingdom's army just because of their past friendship. It was most likely because of Tang Quobian that they did this favor at no cost. Song Qingshu continued, I believe that you will also become my good friend in the future. Wang Ziding could not help but laugh. Of course. Soon, we will become a family. At that time, you will have to follow Yu Yan and change the way you address me. Of course, of course. Song Qingshu subconsciously looked at Li Qingluo and noticed her murderous eyes. He could not help but smile bitterly. He could only ignore her anger, and came to Ouyang Feng and Qiu Qianren. He said to them, messengers have been sent to various places in the capital to ask them to rescue the king. Moreover, after such a long time of disturbance, many people may have moved ahead of time. You should immediately go down the mountain and mobilize the loyal army. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if all the armies surround you. The two nodded and quickly left with the order. Qiu Qianren was easily used to this new role, but Ouyang Feng did not feel good. He thought of how he could still guide Song Qingshu in the past. But now, Song Qingshu had become an existence that he had to look up to. Moreover, he had witnessed the fight to the death between the Grand Master and the Grand Master. He secretly made up his mind that he must train hard in the future and strive to become a Grand Master one day. Next, Wang Ziding stationed his men on Mount Wudang. Along the way, They collected the bodies of the many guards who died in the battle. When they encountered a few survivors, they reorganized them. The accompanying officials who were previously trapped in the front mountain were finally allowed to visit the emperor. However, Zhao Guo was already seriously injured. Moreover, with Song Qingshu's soul-shifting technique, he was lying on the bed as if his life was hanging by a thread. The group of officials all expressed their concern for the emperor's health. Then, they all scolded Prince Yi for being a traitor. With Wang Zidong, Zhao Guo's trusted aide, and Prince Yi always coveted the throne, they didn't suspect anything. However, when they heard that Jia Shidao had seen through King Yi's scheme and hurried back from the front line to save King Yi, many people secretly wondered why Jia Shidao, who had always been on good terms with King Yi and had always been scheming, would be killed by King Yi this time. Of course, they were all people who had been in and out of the bureaucracy for so many years. Now that the official announcement was so, even if they had doubts, they wouldn't say it out loud. Instead, they all went along with it. Many people even made the funeral oration on the spot. After taking care of things here, Song Qingshu went to visit some of the wounded. Yin Lighting's injuries weren't fatal. It was enough to have a few brothers to treat him. Ding Dian's God Illuminating Sutra was helping him heal himself. Now, he was in a coma and wouldn't wake up for a while. Therefore, Song Qingshu went directly to Huang Yaoshi's room and used his internal energy to heal him. His one yang finger had the ability to bring someone back from the dead. With the help of the carefree sex panacea, Huang Yaoshi's life was finally saved. When Huang Yaoshi woke up and saw him, he frowned and didn't say a word. Song Qingshu could not help but laugh. This time, quite a few great grandmasters died on the mountain, and countless grandmaster experts like you died. You're still alive thanks to me standing up for the majority's opinion. Now, I treated you regardless of my injuries, and you don't even say thank you? Isn't it what you should do to save me? Huang Yaoshi snorted. Song Qingshu was stunned. Why do you say that? Huang Yaoshi opened his mouth, and finally turned his head away. Humph, you know what you have done. I don't want those dirty things to dirty my mouth. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. Was he referring to the matter between him and Huang Rong? Then you stay here and rest well. After stealing someone else's daughter, Song Qingshu didn't have the slightest confidence in front of him. He smiled embarrassedly and didn't have the face to stay. He left as if he was fleeing. Not long after he left, he ran into the yellow-robed woman. She bit her lips and quietly stared at him without saying anything. This made Song Qingshu feel uncomfortable. Ask whatever you want. The yellow-robed woman finally opened her mouth. You didn't come with me earlier. Did you make up your mind to be late on purpose? Chapter 2037. Song Qingshu looked at her beautiful eyes and couldn't help but sigh. What's the point of saying all this now? The yellow-gowned woman was dazed, but she quickly understood. Everything had been settled. Yes or no, it didn't matter anymore. But I still want to know. The yellow-gowned woman raised her head. She had a stubborn look on her face. She wouldn't be a woman if she could always be rational. Song Qingshu was a little surprised. Seeing her hopeful eyes, he hesitated and finally answered, Yes. I thought you would at least find a reasonable reason to lie to me. The yellow-gowned woman looked bitter. She suddenly became a little lost. Song Qingshu looked at the distant night sky and said slowly, There's no point in lying to you. Even if I say I didn't mean to delay, you won't believe me. I understand. The yellow-gowned woman was expressionless. She turned around and was about to leave. But after 2 steps, she stopped and asked, What are you going to do with the emperor? He won't die, Song Qingshu answered briefly. The yellow-gowned woman continued to ask, You want to use him as a puppet? Zhao Guo is not a good emperor. Song Qingshu didn't answer directly. I think you know that better than me. But he is the most legitimate emperor, and this is the Zhao family's empire. The yellow-gowned woman was a little angry. The Zhao family's empire? Song Qingshu laughed mockingly. 100 years ago, it was the Guo family's empire. The yellow-gowned woman opened her mouth, but she couldn't refute. Everyone in the world knew that the founding ancestor Chen Qiaoyi rebelled. But she didn't want to be led by the nose, so she said, "No matter what, it's not the Song family's empire." "Do all the nobles and generals have guts?" Song Qingshu answered in a deep voice. Chen Xing and Wu Guang said this. It is one of the spiritual cores of the Chinese people for thousands of years. A just cause enjoys abundant support, and an unjust cause finds little support. If an emperor loses the people's support, it doesn't matter if he changes the emperor. The yellow-gowned woman opened her mouth in shock. You really have the ambition to be an emperor? Then what's the difference between you and Jia Sherdao and King Yi? Of course there's a difference. Song Qingshu answered without even thinking about it. I won't deny that I have a lot of selfish motives, but my main goal is to fight against the unprecedentedly powerful Mongolia. History has proven that if we rely on the Zhao family, we will only drag the world into the abyss, and it will be difficult for us to escape the fate of destruction. You are twisting words and forcing logic. A few years ago, the imperial court defeated the Mongols several times in Sichuan, Xiangyang, and other places. How is it destined to bring destruction to everyone? The yellow-robed woman was incomparably furious. I really can't explain this. Song Qingshu's tone was full of melancholy. He couldn't tell her that the Song dynasty was destroyed by the Mongols in history, and then the Song people became the lowest class of people. So, these are all excuses. To think that I used to think that you. At this point, the yellow-robed woman bit her red lips tightly. In the end, she didn't say anything else and directly turned to leave. Looking at the back of the yellow-robed woman as she left, Song Qingshu muttered to himself, I want to put my worries into the zither, but there are few friends who understand me. Who will know when the string is broken? The yellow-robed woman's reaction was actually within his expectations. He didn't blame her for hating him. It was just that when he thought of the favorability that he had painstakingly raised to the maximum, it instantly dropped to zero. He still felt very sad. You spend your days in the bushes of flowers, but not all women in this world are idiots. At this moment, a cold laugh came from behind him. He turned his head to look and saw a graceful and beautiful woman standing not far away. Her usually bright and charming face was now covered in a layer of frost. Madame has also come to denounce me? Song Qingshu laughed bitterly. The woman in front of him was naturally Li Qingluo. Shouldn't I be here to denounce you? Li Qingluo said through gritted teeth. In order to help you, I didn't hesitate to use Yu Yan as a cover. Who knew that you would actually have designs on Yu Yan and say it in front of so many people? How is Yu Yan going to marry someone else in the future? She could privately use Yu Yan's marriage to convince Wang Ziding, but publicly speaking was a different matter. Song Qingshu's taking advantage of the situation made her extremely angry. Thank you, madam, for helping me rope in Wang Ziding previously. Song Qingshu bowed respectfully. Don't change the topic. Li Qingluo didn't fall for his trick at all. To think that I was thinking for you wholeheartedly. I didn't think that you would have designs on taking all of us. Don't you have any shame? Madam, you misunderstand, Song Qingshu explained hurriedly. The reason why I said what I did was to gain Wang Ziding's trust. Previously, when you told him, he clearly didn't believe you. I said the same thing when I didn't have anything to back up with you. That made him believe that it was true, and that then led to the cooperation between our two parties. But, although Li Qingluo felt that what he said made sense, she still felt that something was off. Madam is just worried about Yu Yan's reputation, Song Qingshu explained with a smile. Madam, you don't have to worry about this. There weren't many people present at the time. Zhao Go is already a cripple. From now on, he will be under our control. How could he spread it? The others are all on our side. Who would spread it? You really didn't have those kinds of thoughts? Li Qingluo asked doubtfully. Yu Yen seems to be shrouded in mist at all times. She's like a fairy with a natural beauty effect. If I say that I don't have feelings for her, it only proves that this person isn't a man. Seeing Li Qingluo's expression change slightly, Song Qingshu changed the topic. However, with our relationship, she is just a junior to me. How can I be such a beast? It's best if you don't. Li Qingluo snorted. Not only are you not allowed to take action, you can't even think about it. I can't even think about it in my heart. Song Qingshu stilled. Li Qingluo was instantly enraged. You really think about it? Her temper had always been fiery. In her anger, she could not help but slap his chest. Song Qingshu instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire person fell limply. Li Qingluo was startled and hurriedly supported him. There was a hint of panic in her voice. What's wrong with you? I didn't use much strength. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. It's not so easy to kill a great grandmaster. I suffered a very serious internal injury during the day. I just didn't want others to see through me, so I forced myself to hold on. Li Qingluo was worried that she would aggravate his injuries and did not dare to move him. She knelt on the ground and held him in her arms. She gently supported his head on her thighs. Her tone was full of anger. Then why did you heal Huang Yaoshi? Did you see that Huang Rong was beautiful and wanted to win her favor? Song Qingshu could not help but show a trace of a smile. Why? Is Madame jealous? You're still joking at a time like this. Li Qingluo glared at him angrily. She took out a 9-turn bear snake pill from her bosom and fed it to him. Don't talk anymore. Circulate your power to dissolve the medicine and adjust your breathing. She had visited Wu Yazi and Li Qiushui at Beating Drum Mountain before. The two had given her a lot of Xiaoyao sex healing medicine to protect herself. Don't worry. Help me back to the room first, Song Qingshu said. Li Qingluo hesitated. Will it aggravate your injuries? Song Qingshu smiled. I'm not a porcelain doll. Don't worry. I'm not that fragile. Li Qingluo thought that it would be inappropriate for others to see the two of them sticking together so intimately. So she got up, wrapped his arm around her shoulder, and helped him into the room. After entering the room, she closed the door behind her. Li Qingluo helped him to sit on the bed. Hurry up and heal. Song Qingshu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I need Madame to help me. Li Qingluo could not help but snort. Aren't you afraid that I'll take advantage of you and use the Dark North divine power to absorb your cultivation? Song Qingshu smiled. It's not like you didn't try it last time. In the end, you suffered a double loss and benefited me instead. Li Qingluo blushed. She remembered that they were still enemies at that time. She used the Dark North divine power to absorb his cultivation while he was healing her. In the end, she was turned into a slut by his joyful genuine qi. She actually threw herself on him shamelessly. She could still remember that feeling even now. Now that she was reminded of it, she felt hot all over. Li Qingluo suddenly felt that something was wrong with her body. She noticed his claws of Lushan. She was annoyed and amused at the same time. You little bastard. You're still thinking of mischief at a time like this. I want to heal my injuries, Song Qingshu replied with a serious face. Li Qingluo was a little annoyed. If you want to heal your injuries, why don't you hurry up and do it? Her body seemed to have become more sensitive. Being hugged and hugged by him, she could already feel it. She remembered that he was seriously injured. Firstly, she was worried about his body. Secondly, she was afraid of being teased. So she quickly pushed him away. Madam, have you forgotten what kind of martial arts I practice? I'm healing my injuries like this. Song Qingshu hugged her soft body and whispered in her ear. Feeling the heat beside her ear, Li Qingluo's heart trembled. At this time, she also thought of the characteristics of his martial art. She could not help but spit out, Such evil martial arts, and it's actually Buddhist. Really, how could she continue speaking? Her body was already mature to the extreme. Feeling the masculinity of the man's body, she felt that her body was a little greasy. She couldn't help but hug the man on top of her tightly. After a while, Li Qingluo finally realized that something was wrong. You bastard. You're full of energy. You don't look like you're seriously injured. Song Qinshu chuckled. I'm really healing my injuries. Tui. You must have deliberately pretended to be seriously injured to divert my attention. Li Qingluo's cheeks were red. She wanted nothing more than to bite him. However, she was a little worried that he was really injured. She was a little reluctant. I was indeed pretending. However, my injuries are also real. Song Qinshu hurriedly explained. Then I'll warn you again. Don't have any ideas about Yu Yan. Li Qingluo said hatefully. Yes, 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 Song Qinshu answered absent-mindedly. You bastard! Li Qingluo suddenly exclaimed. Because she noticed that when she mentioned Yu Yan, there was a very obvious change in her body. You can't blame me. It's a natural reaction of my body. Song Qinshu smiled bitterly. No, I must keep Yu Yan away from you in the future. It's too dangerous. Li Qingluo bit his shoulder fiercely. Hiss, Song Qinshu sucked in a breath of cold air. Madam's temper is really strong. In order to thank Madam for healing my injuries, I'll help Madam vent her anger. Oh, after an unknown amount of time, a lazy and sweet voice rang out in the room. You're really unbearable. At worst, in the future, I'll allow you to occasionally use the transfiguration technique to make me look like Yu Yan. In any case, we look similar. It should be able to satisfy those little thoughts that you can't put into word. This is the biggest concession I can make. Otherwise, you might really do something to Yu Yan. Chapter 2038. Really? Song Qinshu gulped. He suddenly felt his heart beating faster. You're really going to do that? Li Qingluo's eyebrows immediately raised. Song Qinshu was speechless. You said it yourself, and now you're blaming me. Li Qingluo's face was also flushed. She snorted. I can say it, but you can't. Song Qinshu chuckled. He moved closer to her ear and whispered, Why don't I help you change your appearance now? You bastard. Li Qingluo was so angry that she wanted to bite him. Shoo! Song Qinshu's expression suddenly changed. He made a shushing gesture. You're still playing this trick? No way. Li Qingluo only thought that he was trying to divert her attention. She didn't care at all. Song Qinshu hurriedly covered her mouth and whispered, Someone's really here. Li Qingluo's eyes widened. Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, she panicked for a moment. After all, she still had the identity of Madame Wang. If someone found out that she was fooling around with a young man in the middle of the night, she wouldn't be able to face anyone anymore. The Wang family and the Li family would be even more humiliated. After a few breaths, she heard light footsteps outside the door. She couldn't help but feel a little impressed. This bastard's cultivation level was indeed high. He was clearly fooling around with me, but he could still hear such light footsteps. Li Qingluo was the White Lotus Society's holy mother. In the entire martial arts world, she was also a top-notch expert. If it was a normal day, she would also be able to sense someone approaching. However, she was just fooling around with Song Qinshu, which caused her to be a little distracted. Who is it? Li Qingluo's heart was in her throat. She could hear that this person's footsteps were light. His martial arts must not be weak. Could it be that he was here to catch the adulterer? However, she immediately denied this ridiculous thought. She was really being paranoid. With Song Qinshu's current martial arts status, who would dare to offend him? The person stopped outside the door, as if hesitating. After a while, a cold voice sounded, Brother? Song Qinshu? Song Qinshu was startled and lowered his head to look at Li Qingluo. Li Qingluo hurriedly put on her clothes because the person outside was her cousin. Xiaolong knew longer. What's the matter? Song Qingshu grabbed Li Qingluo's hand, telling her not to make a fuss. Xiaolongnu replied, I wanted to talk to my cousin just now, but I found that she wasn't in her room. I looked around, but I couldn't find any trace of her. Thinking that there were so many grandmasters and great-grandmasters fighting during the day, I'm worried that there might be some masters hiding in the dark, and it might be disadvantageous to her. She's quite concerned about you, Song Qingshu teased Li Qingluo in a low voice. He then raised his voice and replied, You don't have to worry longer. Right now, the mountain is guarded by our own people. There won't be any danger. I just saw your cousin. I asked her to do something for me. She shouldn't be back so soon. He thought that asking Li Qingluo to serve him could be considered as asking her to do something for him. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a lie. So that's how it is. Xiaolongnu nodded. Her figure moved as if she was about to leave, but she quickly stopped. You seem to be injured during the day. Are you all right? Song Qingshu felt a warmth in his heart. He didn't expect that Xiaolongnu, who had always been cold, would take the initiative to care about him. He hurriedly replied, Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm healing. Do you want me to help you heal? A hint of red flashed across Xiaolongnu's snow-white cheeks. You also healed me in the ancient tomb. I want to see if I can help you now. Song Qingshu thought of the scene when he healed her in the ancient tomb. He couldn't help but swallow. I'm afraid my healing method isn't suitable for you right now. Maybe in the future. If there's a chance in the future, I'll look for you. Ouch! Li Qingluo, who was beside him, pinched his waist hard. It was fine if Xiaolongnu was ignorant, but how could she not know what healing method he was talking about? What's wrong with you? Hearing Song Qingshu's cry of pain, Xiaolongnu couldn't help but ask. It was common for people in Jianghu to go berserk. He was healing, so she couldn't help but think too much. It's nothing. I was careless and got scratched by a cat, Song Qingshu replied as he pinched Li Qingluo impatiently, so that she wouldn't dare to do anything bad again. Cat? Xiaolongnu looked puzzled, but after hearing him say that, she didn't say anything else. After a pause, she said, Brother Song, I have something to tell you. Can I come in? Hearing that Xiaolongnu wanted to talk to him, Song Qingshu was overjoyed. Of course, no problem. Li Qingluo was scared out of her wits. She hurriedly mouthed silently, What should I do now? Song Qingshu pointed to the blanket. Hide in there. She won't get on the bed to see. Li Qingluo wanted to take the opportunity to escape through the window, but unfortunately, she wasn't wearing any clothes. It would be too late to put them on now, and if she made too much noise, Xiaolongnu would easily notice. She had no choice but to crawl into the blanket. At the same time, she glared at him and said angrily, If I'm discovered, I'll fight you to the death. Song Qingshu smiled, put on his clothes, and went to open the door. A beautiful white figure stood at the door. Her body was covered with a layer of tranquil moonlight. She looked like Chang'e of the Moon Palace. He couldn't help but praise, Longer is like a fairy from the ninth heaven. Really? The corner of Xiaolongnu's mouth rose slightly, and a trace of joy appeared on her face. Song Qingshu couldn't help but smile. Only someone like Xiaolongnu, who was not familiar with the ways of the world, could answer like this. If it was someone else, they would also say a few words of modesty. Do you have something to say to me? Song Qingshu asked as he welcomed her in. Xiaolongnu was about to answer, but suddenly her eyebrows furrowed. What is this smell? It's so strange. Li Qingluo's heart skipped a beat as she cursed Song Qingshu to death. Song Qingshu's expression was also awkward as he casually laughed it off. Maybe it's because I haven't had any fresh air for a long time. After saying that, he went to open the window and let the ambiguous atmosphere in the room dissipate. Xiaolongnu was after all a pure girl, and didn't think too much about it. She nodded and said, "Brother Song, that yellow-robed girl. What's your relationship with you?" Song Qingshu was startled. "Why do you ask?" "I'm just curious." Xiao Long Nu's face was as calm as water, and no one could tell what she was feeling. Song Qingshu thought to himself, "You came to me in the middle of the night to ask me, how can it be just out of curiosity?" But since the other party didn't want to say anything, he could only answer, "We should be very good friends, but after the incident in Wudong Mountain, I'm afraid she may not treat me as a friend in the future." Xiao Long Nu said softly, "I saw that the girl looked very sad." Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. This is the helplessness of life. Many times there are some things that can't be perfect, and some people are destined to be hurt. Xiao Long Nu nodded as if she understood. After a long time, she suddenly asked, "What about you and my cousin? Is she also your confidant?" Li Qingluo, who was under the quilt, instantly felt her heart in her throat. She almost cried out in surprise. She never expected that she would suddenly mention her. Song Qingshu was drinking tea. When he heard this, he also sprayed out a mouthful of tea. "Ahem, why did you suddenly mention your cousin?" It seemed that Xiao Long Nu might have noticed something unusual. Only someone like her would ask directly. To put it nicely, she was ignorant of the world, but to put it bluntly, she was stupid. Xiao Long Nu replied, "I have been with her for a period of time. I can feel that she is a little dismissive of men, but she is different to you. She seems to be very concerned about your affairs. This time, she even took the initiative to help you form an alliance with the Wang family." Being stared at by her limpid eyes, Song Qingshu felt a little uneasy. "You're thinking too much. Maybe it's because I helped your parents, so she's grateful. Is there really nothing between you two?" Xiao Long Nu's beautiful eyes seemed to be able to speak. Song Qingshu felt a little guilty. "Really, there is nothing. The relationship between him and Li Qingluo was just an adult man and woman attracted to each other's charm. In the future, it would not be a big deal at all. However, the customs of the Song dynasty were very conservative. If it was spread out, he would probably be condemned by thousands of people. He was not afraid of the itch, but he was not willing to let Li Qingluo face that kind of embarrassing situation. Hearing his denial, Xiao Long Nu suddenly sighed. "Then it seems that you really want to marry that Miss Wang." "Not necessarily," Song Qingshu hurriedly explained. "During the day, I deliberately said that to make Wang Zidong believe me. There is nothing between me and Miss Wang." "Are you kidding me? If I want to marry her, Li Qingluo will break into my room with a pair of scissors to make me practice the Bixia swordplay at any time? Is that so?" Xiao Long Nu did not deny it. "It's getting late. I should go." "Don't you want to stay longer?" Song Qingshu pretended to ask her to stay. "No," Xiao Long Nu shook her head. When she walked to the door, she suddenly turned around and looked at him quietly. "Brother Song, thank you so much. Thank you for vindicating my parents. Thank you for helping me take revenge. Although there are many things I don't understand, I understand that assassinating the emperor is a great disaster. For my sake, I caused you to fall out with that yellow-robed girl. I feel very sorry for you." Song Qingshu waved his hand. "Longer, don't worry about it. Although part of what I did was to help you, more of it was for my own sake." He wanted to be like Wei Xiaobao, shamelessly taking all the credit so that the girls would remember his kindness. However, his character made it impossible for him to be so thick-skinned. "I will remember your kindness. I will find a chance to repay you in the future," Xiao Long Nu said softly. Song Qingshu smiled. "Sooner or later, we will be family. There is no need to talk about repayment." "A family," Xiao Long Nu muttered to herself. She glanced at the slightly bulging quilt on the bed and sighed in her heart. She turned around and left. When Song Qingshu first passed the 9-in manual to her, her martial arts skills had improved by leaps and bounds. Although she didn't notice that there was someone in the quilt when she first entered the room, she didn't know why, but halfway through, that person's heartbeat suddenly sped up a few times, and she keenly noticed it. She was just ignorant of the affairs of the world, but she was not really stupid. Moreover, she had smelled a strange smell when she entered the room. How could she not know what had happened in the room? She even had a rough idea of who the person under the quilt was. After all, there were only a few women in the entire Wudong Mountain. After sending off Xiao Long Nu, Song Qingshu closed the door again and crawled back into the quilt. He hugged the plump and softly Qing Luo in his arms. He could not help but say, "I don't know why, when I saw your cousin leave, she looked a little strange." Could it be that she discovered something? Li Qingluo said worriedly. "I don't think so." Song Qingshu was also somewhat uncertain. Her character is not the kind of person who can hide things. If she discovered you, how could she not have any reaction? I hope so. But people will grow. It has been many years since Long Air came out of the ancient tomb. Li Qingluo faintly sighed. But she came to find you in the middle of the night to say these words. It feels very strange. Song Qingshu was startled. He could not help but think of the love games in his previous life in Japan. There were often some inexplicable conversations. If one was not careful and chose the wrong answer, it would often lead to a bad ending with a certain female protagonist. Was it also like that just now? Chapter 2039. Ba ba ba. Jinx. Song Qingshu hurriedly dispelled this ominous thought from his mind. He had already made up his mind. Even if it was going to be a bad ending, with his current ability, he would still forcefully change his fate. What jinx? Li Qingluo asked with a confused face. Nothing. Song Qingshu's attention returned to the beauty in his arms. Hugging her warm and plump body, he couldn't help but swallow. I was disturbed just now. Do you want to continue now? Sensing the changes in the man's body, Li Qingluo couldn't help but spit. Are you a bull? She was acting coquettishly, her eyes moving, and there was an indescribable charm between her eyebrows. Seeing this, Song Qingshu's index finger moved. Amidst bursts of coquettish laughter, he hugged her and rolled back into the quilt. Why don't we give Yuyan a younger sister? Bah. You don't want to be shameless, but I do. If we really have a baby, how can I face others in the future? If you have one, then you have one. At that time, I'll see who dares to say another word. Don't think about it. There won't be one. Why? Because every time, I will use my internal force to force out the thing you left in my body. The next day, before dawn, Li Qingluo got up and put on her clothes. Song Qingshu still wanted to hug her to sleep for a while, but she flatly refused. If someone saw her leaving this room at dawn, she would be too ashamed to face others in the future. Song Qingshu also knew how powerful it was, so he didn't make things difficult for her. Looking at her panicked but elegant figure as she left, he couldn't help but smile. This was the advantage of a mature woman. She knew when to advance and when to retreat. He didn't need to worry about anything, and he didn't even need to worry about accidentally making a child. They knew all the safety measures. He didn't need to take any responsibility. He only needed to enjoy their charm and gentleness. Which man wouldn't like it? Recalling last night's charm, Song Qingshu quickly fell asleep again. He didn't know how long he slept, but he was suddenly awakened by a hurried knock on the door. Who is it? It's me. Li Qingluo's anxious voice came from outside the door. Sunlight could be seen through the window. Song Qingshu frowned slightly. She ignored the gossip and came to my place in broad daylight. Did something happen? He hurriedly put on his clothes and went to open the door. It was Li Qingluo's turn to say, "Cousin is missing." Gone? Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. Li Qingluo handed him an envelope. When I got back last night, it was still early. I was worried that I would disturb her, so I went back to sleep. When I woke up, I went to look for her, but she had already left. Only this was left. Song Qingshu opened the envelope and found a piece of paper inside. There were a few elegant words written on it. "I'm leaving. Don't worry about me." Li Qingluo paced back and forth and said with some annoyance, "She must have found out something last night, otherwise she wouldn't have left without saying anything. Look at this letter, she didn't even call me cousin." Song Qingshu, however, pondered to himself. He did not leave a title. Was this letter meant for Li Qingluo or for him? Seeing that he didn't speak, Li Qingluo couldn't help but raise her hand and hit his chest. "It's all your fault. You insisted on letting her in last night. Now she must hate me to death. Last night she said that she wanted to enter the house. If I refused, wouldn't it make her more suspicious?" Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Okay, don't scare yourself. She might not know anything. She left a letter and left. How could she not know? Li Qingluo's face turned green and then red. She thought that she was really blinded last night and insisted on hanging out with him. Song Qingshu smiled and said, "She still knew to leave a letter for you. It proves that she doesn't hate you that much." Li Qingluo was stunned. "That's true," Song Qingshu continued, "and Xiaolong Nu disappearing is her characteristic. After a period of time, when she wants to see us, she will naturally appear." In the original work, the reason why the love between Yang Guo and Xiaolong Nu was so rough was because of the interference of Huang Rong and others. But in the end, the problem was still with Xiaolong Nu. Although Yang Guo was fated to be in love with women, he didn't do it on purpose. In his heart, from beginning to end, he only liked Xiaolong Nu. As for Xiaolong Nu, although she usually looked like an icy beauty, she was actually quite sensitive and had always had doubts about the relationship between them. When she encountered a little problem, her first reaction was not to discuss with Yang Guo to solve it, but to blame herself and then mysteriously disappear. To describe it in one word, Xiaolong Nu was actually quite pretentious sometimes. Song Qingshu didn't expect this. In this life, it was his turn to experience Yang Guo's feelings. But sometimes, a short separation wasn't a bad thing. It could breed stronger longing and love. In the original work, at the Hero Conference, it was Xiaolong Nu who couldn't resist the longing in her heart and finally went to find Yang Guo. Song Qingshu suddenly remembered that in the original work, Xiaolong Nu actually accepted Gongsun Ji's proposal after she left dejectedly. If Yang Guo hadn't coincidentally entered the Passionless Valley, the rice would have been cooked. Ugh, I can't be that unlucky. Song Qingshu's expression was very interesting. He kept comforting himself. Previously, he saw Xiaolong Nu vomiting blood because of Qigong deviation. He realized that the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra had some flaws, so he taught her the entire 9-yin Sutra. Now, she wouldn't vomit blood and pass out like in the original work, which almost gave Gongsun Ji an advantage. "Why aren't you worried about her at all? You're so cold-blooded," Li Qingluo said angrily. Song Qingshu spread his hands and said helplessly, "If she wants to leave, how can we find her? It's not like you don't know the ancient tomb sect's Qinggong. After so long, she's probably hundreds of miles away. Plus, we don't know the direction, so we can't catch up even if we want to." Li Qingluo also knew what was going on, but she still felt very sad. "It's all my fault, it's all my fault. You don't have to worry too much. Her martial arts skills are so high that she can protect herself in Jianghu alone. I believe that we are fated. It won't be long before we meet again," Song Qingshu comforted him. "Fate is such an intangible thing, who can say for sure?" Li Qingluo was obviously not satisfied with this answer. To distract her, Song Qingshu changed the topic. "You came at the right time, I have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" Li Qingluo answered weakly. "After we return to Linen, how can we completely control Zhao Guo?" Looking towards the southeast, Song Qingshu's gaze darkened. As expected, Li Qingluo's attention was attracted. She thought as she answered, "Although Zhao Guo is now a cripple, he has been the emperor for so many years, it won't be that easy to control him. First, the eunuchs and eunuchs around him must all be our people, and the palace maids must be changed as well. Also, the imperial bodyguards around the emperor must all be our people. Other than these, we also need a concubine with a high status in the palace to help us. Calm. Miao Shu Wu calm. Chapter 2040. Li Qingluo shook her head as she spoke. You don't have what it takes. Song Qingshu thought for a while and said, It's hard to get a eunuch. Looks like I'll have to promote some new people from the palace. Among the eunuchs he knew, Patriarch Sunflower was naturally the first. But he certainly wouldn't be in charge, and Song Qingshu didn't have the confidence to control him. Tian Guanong was a good eunuch, but he was already dead. There was also Lu Guanying, but Song Qingshu immediately extinguished that idea. He had a problem with his body and no one else knew about it. If he transferred him to the palace, wouldn't his reputation be ruined? Lu Guanying wanted to bring honor to his ancestors, so he could only take the path of officialdom. Tossing these messy thoughts aside, Song Qingshu continued, Palace maids are easy to handle. The Vulture Palace may be lacking in many things, but they are not lacking in maidservants. Send a message to Vulture Palace and have the 4 great maids, Plum, Orchid, Bamboo, and Chrysanthemum, select some clever ones to help in Lin. These people from Vulture Palace had been trained well by Tianshan Tonglao in etiquette, and all of them knew martial arts. They could completely control the internal court. Song Qingshu recalled the movie version of The Deer and the Cauldron that he had watched in his previous life. Zhang Ming's fake Empress Dowager relied on a group of divine dragon cults maids to build the entire palace of compassionate and peaceful into an iron bucket. She had stayed in the palace for many years without revealing any flaws. Old Tonglao is really generous, Li Qingluo said sourly. Vulture Palace was Tianshan Tonglao's painstaking effort and could be considered the headquarters of the carefree sect. She didn't expect Tianshan Tonglao to give it to him so casually. If it wasn't for the age difference between the two of them, she would have suspected that there was some sort of shameful relationship between them. After all, old Lady Tong looked like a little girl now, and Song Qingshu's lecherous nature. This is called having a good character. Seeing her jealousy, Song Qingshu said impatiently, As for the guards, when the time comes, I will mobilize a team of trusted masters. It should not be too much of a problem. Actually, the people from the Spirit Vulture Palace were more than qualified to play the role of guards, but it would be too shocking, so it was better not to change the system. This time, the Imperial Palace guards suffered heavy losses during the trip to Mount Wudong. It was a good opportunity to replenish them. Back then, he was hunted down by the Golden Ripple Flower and almost had no way out. Later, Aju said that he wanted to cultivate a guard force for him to avoid a repeat of the same mistake. It was a good opportunity to transfer this team of people from the Golden Snake Camp. Li Qingluo couldn't help but frown. However, the guards of the palace have always been under Second Brother's control. I'm afraid he won't let you get involved so easily. Song Qingshu said proudly, That's not up to him. Have you forgotten that I'm still a great grandmaster? Look at how smug you are. Li Qingluo rolled her eyes at him, but she felt sweet in her heart. Which woman didn't want their man to be as strong as possible? Song Qingshu immediately put away his high and mighty image and snickered. Also, don't I have you as a middleman? When the time comes, help me with his work. Li Qingluo snorted. I'm not a god, and on the surface, I'm a member of the Wang family. Won't it arouse suspicion to help an outsider like this? How can I be considered an outsider? Song Qingshu said with a smile. Have you forgotten my relationship with Yu Yan in Wang Ziding's eyes? Isn't it reasonable for a mother-in-law to help her future son-in-law? Finishing, he ran off in advance. Bastard! Li Qingluo's face instantly flushed red as expected. She quickly chased after him to hit him. Both of them knew how to walk on water. In the small room, they left behind afterimages. If someone saw them from the side, they would probably think they saw a ghost. Song Qingshu's qigong was far better than the others, but he knew that if he didn't give in a little, she would become angrier and angrier. So he quietly went easy and occasionally let Li Qingluo catch up. After chasing and hitting him for a long time, Li Qingluo finally calmed down. All right. Since you know that you will provoke me, you deliberately said that. You're really a bastard. Song Qingshu held her in his arms. Do you know that you look very beautiful when you're angry? I can't help but want to see it. Your mouth seems to be smeared with honey. Back then, even the one surnamed Duan wasn't as good at flirting as you are. Li Qingluo knew that he was exaggerating, but she was still somewhat happy in her heart. Song Qingshu knew that she was talking about the past when she pretended to accept Duan Jingchuan's pursuit in order to numb Qin Hui. He couldn't help but hold her in his arms. Madam, you know that my mouth is smeared with honey. Do you want to taste it yourself? Li Qingluo's face turned red and she hurriedly pushed him away. She looked outside the door guiltily. It's broad daylight. Don't pull. Song Qingshu said with a smile. Don't worry. With my cultivation, if someone comes near, I can detect it in advance. It's better to be safe than sorry. Li Qingluo tidied up her slightly wrinkled clothes. After confirming that there were no abnormalities, she said, let's continue the topic just now. There's still one more important factor. Who are you looking for as a spy in the back palace? As a member of a noble family, Li Qingluo naturally understood the rules of the game of the imperial court. Since ancient times, every powerful official, no matter how powerful he was, needed an ally in the back palace. Firstly, they could pass on news from the back palace in time. Secondly, they needed a concubine to provide legal status in some critical moment. Li Qingluo's brows furrowed even tighter. From now on, the most popular person in the back palace is concubine Jia. But she obviously won't help you sincerely. The other concubines are either too young or have too low a status. They won't amount to anything. Seeing that she was talking about serious matters, Song Qingshu also put away his frivolous expression. Have you forgotten that there's still one more person? Who? Li Qingluo asked curiously. When Prime Minister Han was in power, who did he use? Song Qingshu looked towards the southeast. A stunning face appeared in his mind. Concubine Wu? Li Qingluo frowned slightly. But I remember that the news from the palace said that she died not long ago. It's just to find a suitable reason for her disappearance. Song Qingshu then roughly told her about the deal he made with Huang Chang. Li Qingluo was stunned. You? Why do I feel that any beautiful woman has an inexplicable relationship with you? Low-key. Song Qingshu looked serious, but he couldn't hide the complacency between his brows. A trace of pleasure appeared on Li Qingluo's face. And that dog emperor, he was so cruel to use his own woman as a bargaining chip. He deserved such an end. He really suffered a double loss. But many people in Lin know about concubine Wu's death. Is it really okay? The water in the harem is very deep. Outsiders don't know the details. At that time, we can say whatever we want. Song Qingshu smiled. We can use this matter to make concubine Jia retire behind the scenes and let concubine Wu take the throne again. Li Qingluo was still a little worried. But concubine Wu is young after all, and I have seen her once before. I feel that she is a little childish. Song Qingshu knew that she was very euphemistic. With Aku's character and wisdom, it was really difficult for her to bear this heavy responsibility. Didn't Prime Minister Han also find someone to assist her at that time? The Chen Yuan who suppressed Qin Hui in the past. Li Qingluo exclaimed, and suddenly her face was a little strange. Do you have a relationship with the elder or the younger one? Ahem. Song Qingshu was drinking tea and almost choked. Fortunately, someone came to report the news and helped him out. Gang leader Huang is back. Chapter 2041. Hearing that Huang Rong was back, Song Qingshu was overjoyed. Invite her in. Forget it, I'll go out to greet her. Then he went out to greet her. Li Qingluo curled her lips and said, a dog can't stop eating shit. He gets excited when he sees a beautiful woman. When Song Qingshu arrived at the front hall, Huang Rong was sitting at the table, drinking tea and resting. Although she was just sitting there casually, her side profile was still very beautiful. However, he could faintly see some traces of hardship between her brows. Li Qingluo could not help but feel a little stunned. She had always thought that she was beautiful and charming, but the young woman in front of her was not inferior to her at all. More importantly, the other party had a very unique aura. Her actions looked dignified and elegant, but there was a hint of uncontrollable flirtatiousness between her brows. She was a pure fairy and a seductive witch. The two completely opposite auras were perfectly fused on her body. Rong, Master Huang, why are you back so soon? Did something happen on the way? Song Qingshu rushed forward a few steps and suddenly realized that there was an outsider there, so he stopped and kept a reasonable distance. He was indeed a little curious. Although Mount Wudong was not too far from Xiangyang, it was not very close either. Huang Rong had just set off yesterday and returned early this morning. It was not even a day's time. It was too fast. Seeing the man in front of her, Huang Rong blushed. She put down the teacup gracefully to hide the ripples in her heart and replied, "Don't worry, King Qi. Nothing happened." Song Qingshu was even more curious. Huang Rong explained, "The LV brothers were not in Xiangyang City. I met them on the way." Song Qingshu suddenly understood. Jia Sherdao had needed their army to hold off Wang Ziding's bodyguards. How could the LV brothers not be there for such an important matter? Although the two didn't show up and disguise their troops as golden men, they must have been hiding in the army and giving orders at any time. Huang Rong continued, "The LV brothers were a little surprised to see me, but after all, we have worked together in Xiangyang for so many years. Besides, they didn't know why I came, so they saw me and I had a chance to pass the message." What was the result? Song Qingshu asked hurriedly. The Liu brothers had been in charge of the Jinghu war zone for so many years. If a war really broke out, it would definitely be a mess. Li Qingluo couldn't help but say, "Seeing how calm and composed Chief Huang is, I know what the result will be." Song Qingshu was startled, then he smiled and said, "I'm really confused because I'm too concerned." Huang Rong looked at Li Qingluo in surprise and said, "Madam, you are indeed smart. When I met the Liu brothers, they already knew about Jia Sherdao's death. They were already in a dilemma, so I persuaded them according to the plan." They were very surprised to know that Jia Sherdao died protecting the king, but they agreed to come and rescue the king. I was worried that you would do something to provoke them, so I came back to tell you in advance. She said it lightly, but everyone knew that an old fox who had been in the officialdom for decades would not be so easily convinced. She had spent a lot of effort to convince the Liu brothers. "It must be hard for you to travel day and night. I'll ask someone to clean up a room so that Chief Huang can have a good sleep." Song Qingshu's eyes were full of pity. Calculating the time, Huang Rong had just given birth to a child. She had to eat and sleep in the open all over the world to chase after Huang Yaoshe. Now she had to travel non-stop to send messages back and forth. It would be terrible if she fell ill. Huang Rong shook her head and said, "I want to see my father first." Smiling, Li Qingluo replied, "Madam, please be at ease. After you left, Prince Qi disregarded his own serious injuries and used the solitary yang finger to treat Island Master Huang's injuries. After a period of rest, Island Master Huang should be able to fully recover." Huang Rong looked at her thoughtfully, which made Li Qingluo's heart skip a beat. Why is she looking at me like that? Is there something wrong with what I said? Suddenly, Li Qingluo's complexion changed, finally realizing the problem. If her words had been spoken by Zhou Jiruo, it would have been normal. After all, it was normal for a woman to stand up for her lover and not want his efforts to go unnoticed. However, she was clearly Madame Wang. Just now, she had spoken up for Song Qingshu without hesitation. She was too impatient, and Huang Rong had probably seen through her. Thinking of this, Li Qingluo could not help but feel embarrassed. Why was this woman like a fox? With just a few words, she was able to detect so many things. Huang Rong stood up and bowed to Song Qingshu. Your servant thanks the Prince of Qi. Song Qingshu hastily helped her up. Please get up. Rescuing Island Master Huang is my duty. There is no need for you to regard me as an outsider. Huang Rong's face heated up. Naturally, she understood why. Li Qingluo, who was at the side, looked at the two of them suspiciously. This time, it was her turn to be suspicious. She felt that there was something strange going on between the two of them. Moreover, based on her understanding of Song Qingshu, she felt that this fellow was definitely thinking about this beautiful young woman who was famous throughout the world. However, the couple's reputation in Jianghu was too great. If Huang Rong and Song Qingshu had something going on, it would be too shocking. She subconsciously did not think in that direction. At this time, Wang Ziting also heard the news and rushed over. Knowing that the Liu brothers had been convinced, he could not help but be overjoyed. The general trend has been decided. Song Qingshu smiled. Uncle, let's have a pleasant cooperation in the future. Of course. Wang Ziting laughed heartily. He was in a very good mood. According to the reports of the spies, the generals in various parts of the capital have long noticed the abnormality of Mount Wudong. They have already led troops to rescue the king. I think they will arrive in the afternoon. Let's discuss how to deal with them when the time comes. All right. Although Song Qingshu still had many things he wanted to say to Huang Rong, business was more important. He could only suppress his thoughts and send someone to bring Huang Rong to Huang Yaoshi. He, Wang Ziting, Li Qingluo, and the others discussed some of the details. After a period of discussion, Song Yuanxiao suddenly came looking for him. Qingshu, Shifu has returned to the mountain. He invites you over. Song Qingshu was startled. However, since it was Zhang Sanfeng's invitation, he really could not refuse. He let Wang Ziting and Li Qingluo continue to discuss while he followed his father. Isn't Great Shifu recuperating? Why is he back so soon? On the way, Song Qingshu could not help but ask. Previously, he had been seriously injured by the Mansion of Spirit. If he wanted to recover, he would not be able to fight for several months. Considering that there would definitely be a chaotic battle between the great grandmasters here, Song Qingshu was worried that something might happen to Zhang Sanfeng. Therefore, Song Qingshu arranged for him to recuperate in a safe place. Song Yuanxiao was speechless. With such a big incident happening on Wudong Mountain, how could he rest in peace? Furthermore, if he did not return, the entire Wudong sect would have been destroyed by you. Song Qingshu smiled in embarrassment. Zhang Sanfeng's small courtyard in the bamboo forest at the back of the mountain was the battlefield where the great grandmasters fought against each other. Not to mention his small courtyard, even the entire bamboo forest at the back of the mountain had been almost completely destroyed by the aftermath of the great battle. Seeing Song Yuanxiao's hesitant expression, Song Qingshu could not help but say, "If you have something to say, just say it. There is no need to worry about talking to your own son." Song Yuanxiao sighed. Originally, it is said that it is every father's wish to see his son become a dragon. But your growth has really exceeded my expectations. It makes me wonder if you are still the son I raised from a young age. Song Qingshu was silent. No one knew a son better than a father. In the past, Song Qingshu was considered outstanding among the younger generation, but after all, he was not beyond the scope of common sense. Now that he had been using cheats, it was no wonder that he did not dare to recognize him. Fortunately, Song Yuanxiao had only said it casually and did not really suspect anything. He then said, "What you are going to do this time is really too risky. I won't say anything about you taking the risk yourself, but with your relationship with the Wudong sect, doing this is like putting the entire Wudong sect on fire. If anything happens in the future, hundreds of people in the Wudong sect will be buried with you." Song Qingshu replied, "There will be no such thing. Your blind confidence is what worries me the most." Song Yuanxiao was a little annoyed. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. "There are many things that involve too many people, and I can't say it clearly. But please rest assured, I really know what I am doing." Now that he had secretly controlled several countries in Liao, Jin, and Qing, he had a lot of experience. It was just that he could not explain these things to him. While they were talking, the two of them had already arrived outside Zhang Sanfeng's room. Song Yuanxiao did not continue to lecture him. "Master only wants to see you. You can go." Song Qingshu nodded and walked into the room. He saw Zhang Sanfeng sitting on the futon. Although he was seriously injured, his complexion was ruddy, and his whole person was still sage-like. From the outside there was no sign of injury at all. Sensing that he had come in, Zhang Sanfeng opened his eyes. "Qingshu, you are here. Greetings, great master." Song Qingshu bowed respectfully. Zhang Sanfeng came over and helped him up. He said softly, "This time I was really a little worried, so I came back early. First, I wanted to see if the disciples of the Wudong sect were in any danger. Second, I wanted to see if there was anything I could do to help. Although my injury is not light, it is not to the point of being bedridden." His tone was full of confidence. For decades, he had been recognized as the world's #1. Even if he was injured, no one could underestimate him. It was just that Song Qingshu wanted to play it safe and did not let him participate in this operation. "I just did not expect you to be so capable. You actually had the last laugh in a battle between so many great grandmasters." Zhang Sanfeng's tone was full of praise. "I was just lucky." Song Qingshu was not being modest. The reason why he could have the last laugh this time was that the others were in the light and he was in the dark. Otherwise, if he had joined the battle at the beginning, with so many opponents of the same level, he would probably have been seriously injured if not dead. Seeing that he was not arrogant, Zhang Sanfeng nodded. "This time, I have come back to understand the whole story. I called you here because I have a question to ask you." "Great Master, please ask. Qingshu will tell you everything he knows." Song Qingshu replied. Zhang Sanfeng looked at him quietly. After a long time, he asked, "Are you planning to become an emperor?" Song Qingshu was startled. "After a long time," he sighed. "Who doesn't want to be an emperor in this world?" Zhang Sanfeng laughed softly. "You are quite honest." Song Qingshu then said, "I know why Great Master has such a question. You must have seen that I plan to turn Xiaogo into a puppet. You are worried that I am ambitious and want to usurp the throne step by step. Is that not the case?" Zhang Sanfeng looked at him meaningfully. "If I want to be an emperor, I don't need to be in the Song dynasty." Song Qingshu said calmly. Whether it was the Qing kingdom or the Jin dynasty, it was not like he had never wanted to be an emperor before. Zhang Sanfeng nodded. He understood that the Golden Snake Camp now sat on half of the former Qing kingdom's territory. Coupled with the title of Ming dynasty's princess, it was not impossible for her to become an emperor. Song Qingshu continued. "It is just that the Mongolians are strong and have recently completed their western expedition. Their main force is returning to the east. Not long after, they will invade the south. If we cannot integrate the resources of the various countries in the Central Plains will only be defeated one by one. Integrating the resources of the various countries is easier said than done." Zhang Sanfeng frowned. The various countries in the Central Plains had been fighting each other for decades. Their hatred was already as deep as the sea. How would it be so easy for them to unite? Just like during the war, the 6 countries of Guangdong knew that they would not be a match for the Qin kingdom if they did not unite. But the hundreds of years of hatred still caused them to suspect each other and plot against each other. In the end, they were defeated by the Qin kingdom one by one. We have to do it even if it is not easy, Song Qingshu said in a low voice. Great Master must be very clear about what the imperial court has been like these years. These few emperors are indeed outrageous. Zhang Sanfeng snorted heavily. He had lived for more than 100 years. It could be said that he had accompanied the entire Song dynasty as it grew up. He had witnessed many things with his own eyes. Back then, Emperor Huizong favored and trusted treacherous officials. He sold official positions and titles. He pursued luxurious pleasures and did not care about the suffering of the people. Just the birthday proclamation alone made the people unable to make a living. The peasants revolted everywhere. Later, when the Jin invaded the south, the corrupt army collapsed at the slightest touch, causing the entire country to suffer unprecedented humiliation in history. Now that the government has come to power, it is not much better. In particular, the murder of Yu Fei has disappointed the people in the world. So, he has invited me to preach Taoism many times, but I have refused to meet him. Great Master is really a man of character. Song Qingshu thought of Zhang Sanfeng's deeds in the early years. He was also hot-tempered and hated evil. It was just that in recent years, he had become more and more benevolent. Since the ruling class is so corrupt, then we should change a group of people. The Chinese are about to face an unprecedented disaster. How can I put the fate of the entire nation on someone like Xiao Guo? Song Qingshu said in a low voice. This time, we can take the opportunity of Jia Sherdao and King Yi's rebellion to change the world. Zhang Sanfeng frowned and said, but this will easily cause chaos in the country. It is not a blessing for the people. How can we spare the energy to deal with the Mongolians who are about to invade? Song Qingshu answered, so I have spared Xiao Guo's life and let him continue to be the emperor in name. I even protected Jia Shirdao's reputation and pushed everything to King Yi. Everything is for the smooth transition of the whole country. Zhang Sanfeng nodded and said, I am relieved that you see it so clearly. I have always been worried that you were driven by ambition and took the wrong path to the devil's path. Now that I know that you are trying to save the people of the world, I am relieved. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and said, Great Master, you are exaggerating. The title of saving the people of the world is too great. Qingshu does not dare to accept it. Why not? Zhang Sanfeng stared at him and said, The Mongolians are extremely cruel. When they went west, they often destroyed countries and slaughtered cities. I do not want the people of the Central Plains to suffer such a disaster one day. If you can lead everyone to resist the Mongolians, what is it if not saving the people of the world? Don't worry, if anyone dares to say anything, I will personally go to them and beat them up. Song Qingshu was stunned as he listened. It was as if he could vaguely see how happy Zhang Sanfeng was when he was young. What followed was great joy. Zhang Sanfeng's reputation in the hearts of the people of the world was too high. With his help, many things could be easily solved. Thank you, Great Master. At this moment, Song Yuanxiao ran in a panic and said, Master Qingshu, something bad has happened. The Lu brothers have surrounded the foot of the mountain with their army. It seems like they are ready to attack. First set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, Bookhouse. Chapter 2042. Song Qingshu was shocked. Hey! Didn't they say that the Lu brothers had surrendered? Song Yuanxiao shook his head and said, I don't know the details. You should go and have a look. Song Qingshu nodded. After bidding farewell to Zhang Sanfeng, he ran out. Not long after, he just happened to bump into Wang Ziding. Hastily, he asked, What exactly happened? Wang Ziding was also anxious at this time. He answered, "According to the report of the spies, it seems that the Lu brothers arrived at the foot of the mountain. The soldiers guarding the mountain asked them to come up by themselves, but they didn't want to. They wanted to bring their troops up. Of course, my people didn't want to, so they started a fight. They said that there were ghosts on the mountain, and they wanted to go up the mountain to rescue the king." Song Qinshu finally understood the whole story. All the generals who came to rescue the king had brought their troops up the mountain. If they were all allowed to bring their troops up the mountain, Wutang Mountain couldn't accommodate so many people. Even if it could, they wouldn't dare to let all of them up the mountain. After all, Wang Ziding had limited troops. He could still rely on the mountain to defend himself. If he let other troops come up the mountain and there were a few ambitious people among them, how could he control the situation? As for the Lu brothers' reaction, it was understandable. They had failed to rebel this time, and they heard that the imperial court had decided that Jia Sherdao had died to protect the king. They were already skeptical about it. Now that they were not allowed to bring their troops up the mountain, their first reaction would be to suspect that the imperial court had lied to them and wanted to deceive them up the mountain to execute them. What should we do now? Wang Ziding paced back and forth like an ant on a hot pan. The generals from all over the Jing Lake have also brought their troops here. After the Lu brothers made such a scene, they are all suspicious and want to bring their troops up the mountain. If it doesn't work, let them all bring their troops up the mountain. That way they can keep each other in check. No. Song Qinshu shook his head. Human nature has always been insatiable. Now that the emperor is here, these people should not have brought troops up the mountain. If we agree to their unreasonable demands, they will be insatiable. They might feel that our side is weak and can be bullied. It is hard to guarantee that they will not make even more outrageous demands. So, we must suppress their arrogance from the beginning. Of course, there was another reason that he did not mention. Mount Wudong was the territory of the Wudong clan. It had always been a quiet and secluded place. The buildings, flowers, and trees were all very particular. The previous battle had already caused many places to be in a mess. If tens of thousands of soldiers were to arrive, the entire Mount Wudong would be thrown into a foul atmosphere. In the smiling, the proud wanderer, Ling Huchong almost destroyed the Shaolin Temple with thousands of soldiers. If these tens of thousands of troops came, the Wu-Tang clan would have to change the place. Wang Ziding frowned. Wang, ting, Wang, ting, 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 ting. Leave this matter to me. Song Qinshu finished speaking and turned to leave. He originally wanted to go down the mountain, but he suddenly changed his mind and went to Huang Rong's room. Ronger? Song Qinshu knocked on the door. After a long time, a slightly angry voice came from the room. I hope that the Prince of Qi will conduct himself with dignity. Aside from her father and several seniors, only her husband would call her so intimately. The other party was younger than her by a few years. How could she not be angry? Song Qinshu laughed. How can I not conduct myself when I call you by your name? Are you not called Rong? The room quickly fell silent. Song Qinshu smiled and continued. Don't worry, Rong. There are no outsiders here. No one will hear me call you. Huang Rong was clearly annoyed by his scoundrel. After a long time, she said in a bad mood, I want to rest now. If there is nothing else, I ask the Prince of Qi to come with me. Song Qinshu smiled bitterly. There really is something I need to talk to you about. He then told her about the Lu brothers' disturbance at the foot of the mountain. This is a bit troublesome. If we are not careful, all our previous efforts will be wasted. Huang Rong muttered. Wait a moment. Soon after, the sound of clothes being put on could be heard. Soon, the door opened from the inside, and Huang Rong walked out. It was obvious that she had just gotten out of bed. Her hair was casually tied into a bun at the back, and her clothes were hastily put on. Even so, Her body faintly exuded a hint of languid charm, which was very different from the usual feeling, giving off a different feeling. Seeing him staring at her, Huang Rong blushed. "Why are you staring at me?" As soon as she said it, she regretted it. As expected, Song Qingshu replied, "Because you're good-looking." Huang Rong turned her face away, not wanting to continue the conversation. "I will go down the mountain and talk to the Liu brothers." Song Qingshu grabbed her arm and shook his head. "Right now, the Liu brothers are like a knocked arrow on a bowstring. Even if you go down to persuade them, it will be useless." Huang Rong somewhat shyly shook off his arm. "Then why did you call me?" Song Qingshu inwardly praised the softness of his fingers. "Of course, it will be useless to persuade them directly. However, I will first give them a big stick. Then, you will appear to mediate." Huang Rong somewhat worriedly said, "They have tens of thousands of troops under their command." Song Qingshu indifferently said, "It is not like I have never taken the head of a general from an army of tens of thousands." Huang Rong gave him a deep look. Although this man was greedy and lecherous, his martial arts were truly unimaginable. Suddenly thinking of his injuries, she somewhat worriedly said, "But you are injured." "I am afraid this time," Song Qingshu smiled. "Rest assured. After last night's treatment, I have already recovered about 70 to 80%. "You have recovered so quickly?" Huang Rong was startled. "I don't know if it is possible to teach my father the healing method. He is so seriously injured that I am afraid he will not be able to recover within half a year." Song Qingshu's expression was strange. "This healing method. I am afraid it is not suitable for him." What kind of joke was this? Asking Huang Yaoshe, who was as deep as the sea, to learn the dual cultivation method? How could such a proud person like him learn it? Moreover, if he knew about this crooked method, he would not allow Huang Rong to get close to him in the future. Seeing his strange expression, Huang Rong's heart suddenly jumped. She vaguely guessed what was going on and her face became somewhat hot. "Come down the mountain with me." Song Qingshu did not dare to delay any longer. If the Liu brothers really started to attack the mountain, it would be a bit troublesome. Huang Rong blushed and subconsciously took a step back. "I can walk by myself." Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. "I am not trying to take advantage of you. There is still some distance from here to the foot of the mountain. I am afraid you will not be able to make it in time." Huang Rong gently bit her lip. She knew that what he said was somewhat reasonable. After a long time, she finally said, "Take me with you for a while, and put me down after a while." There were so many people on Mount Wudong. She did not want others to see the two of them touching each other. When it was linked to Song Qingshu's reputation, there would be no lack of gossip. "Okay." Song Qingshu finished speaking. He went over to hold her arm and used his qinggong to rush down the mountain. Seeing that he did not take the opportunity to put his arm around her waist, Huang Rong secretly let out a sigh of relief. Although they were separated by clothes, she could still feel the heat from his hand on her arm. She felt somewhat uncomfortable and hurriedly changed the topic. "Right, I have a question that I have always wanted to ask you. Do you know the whereabouts of Brother Jing? There are rumors that he died in Suzhou, but I do not believe it." Song Qingshu nodded. "Don't worry. Hero Guo is not dead. You should thank me. I was the one who saved him from the battlefield." "You saved him?" Huang Rong's gem-like eyes widened. Her gaze was filled with disbelief. Song Qingshu was speechless. "What?" "I have saved you and your wife so many times. Do I need to do it again?" "Thank you," Huang Rong said softly. I actually regretted it after the incident. If I had just stood by and let him die on the battlefield, there would have been no obstacles between us." Song Qingshu said somewhat exaggeratedly. Huang Rong's lips curled into a slight smile. "No, you wouldn't have. You are actually a gentleman." She suddenly could not continue because she thought of the things that he had done to her. No matter how she looked at it, It did not have anything to do with being a gentleman. She subconsciously turned her head to look at him and found that he was coincidentally looking at her. It was obvious that the two of them were thinking the same thing. "Put me down." Huang Rong's face turned red as she said hurriedly. There was a vague figure in front of them. Song Qinshu took the opportunity to let go of her and smiled embarrassedly. "I'll go down first. You can come back later." Looking at his disappearing figure, Huang Rong's mood suddenly became light. She did not know if it was because of the news that Brother Jing was safe or something else. At this time, at the foot of Mount Wudong, the Lu brothers were inciting other generals who had come to rescue the emperor. "We don't know the situation on the mountain now, but we are only allowed to bring a small number of followers up the mountain. What if Prince Yi controls the situation and deceives us to go up the mountain with a fake imperial edict to catch us all in one fell swoop? We don't have soldiers in our hands. Won't we be at the mercy of others? Yes, it's a small matter if we die. If the Guan family falls into the claws of Prince Yi because of this, it will be a big matter. If that happens, we will let down the country and the people of the world." Lu Wendi and Lu Wenhuan echoed each other. Some of their trusted generals also echoed casually, causing a commotion in the hearts of the people. Although some of the generals who came from other places had always been at odds with the Lu brothers, they had to admit that what they said was somewhat reasonable. They all looked suspiciously in the direction of the mountain. The mountain was surrounded by clouds and mist, as if there were countless hidden traps waiting for everyone. No one dared to go up the mountain. Suddenly, someone shouted, "What's that?" A group of people looked in the direction he pointed and vaguely saw a figure in the clouds. "Is it a god?" Someone murmured to himself. "How is it possible?" Another person immediately refuted. "Official, family, sent this prince down the mountain to respectfully welcome all your highness." A deep and mellow voice sounded in everyone's ears. It should be known that there were tens of thousands of troops and horses gathered at the foot of the mountain. The people's voices and horses' neighs were noisy, but the other party's calm voice could be clearly heard by everyone. This skill shocked many experts. A figure seemed to have descended from the 9th Cloud Palace, stepping on the clouds and mist step by step, as if there was an invisible ladder in the air, and he just walked down in such a carefree and unrestrained manner. How is this possible? It seems to be King Qi? I heard that King Qi went up to the sky to pray for rain in the palace, and I thought it was an exaggeration. Now that I see it with my own eyes, I know that I am a frog at the bottom of a well. Seeing the shocked and admiring eyes of the people on the ground, Song Qinshu only felt that his vanity had been greatly satisfied. He thought that the lightness skill in Taishan Sutra, which could ignore gravity, was really a great tool to show off. It was a pity that he didn't bring a tape recorder when he traveled here. Otherwise, it would be even more amazing with the exclusive BGM of Brother Fa or Xiao Feng. Greetings, King Qi. The LV brothers were the first to recover from the shock. Because of Jia Sherdao, they had always regarded Song Qinshu as a potential enemy. Song Qinshu looked at the two of them and remembered that when he first traveled to this world, he had been to Jiangling. At that time, people like the LV brothers were like immortals to him, and even Huang Rong had to please them. He didn't expect that the tables had turned, and things were really unpredictable now. I heard that the two generals are making trouble here? Seeing that he had put such a label on them, the LV brothers were angry again. They replied, "May I ask, is the situation on the mountain really as the message said? Has King Yi been killed?" Song Qinshu replied, "Of course. You are all people who have received the imperial edict. Can't you tell whether the edict is real or fake?" Lu Wendi cupped his hands in obeisance and said, "We naturally recognize the authenticity of the imperial edict. But what if Prince Yi controls the officials and passes a fake imperial edict?" The other generals nodded in agreement. This was indeed their concern all along. Now I am standing here safely. Is it not enough to explain everything? Song Qinshu said calmly. Does General LV suspect that I colluded with King Yi to deceive you? LV Wendy replied, I dare not. It's just that it's related to the safety of the officials and the country of the Song dynasty. We have to be careful. Otherwise, if some ambitious people set up a trap on the mountain, it's not a big deal if we die, but if we can't get rid of the emperor's side, it will cause chaos in the country and the people will become homeless. Song Qingshu couldn't help but admire these people. They were clearly fighting for their own interests, but every time they opened their mouths, they would talk about the country and the common people. This kind of ability to use righteousness to fulfill their own selfish desires, he really had to learn. So, King Qi, please allow us to lead the troops up the mountain. If we see that the officials are safe, we will personally apologize to King Qi, LV Wendy continued. Song Qinshu curled his lips. In the world of adults, people often went back on their words, not to mention those who were engaged in politics. After they led the troops up the mountain and took over everything, who would dare to fulfill what he had said before? In the end, General LV is just worried that we will trick you into separating from the main troops and then take the opportunity to catch you, right? Song Qinshu said calmly. LV Wendy smiled and did not answer, but the answer was self-evident. Song Qinshu suddenly sighed. If they really want to catch you, what's the difference if you are not separated from the main troops? LV Wendy's face changed instantly. He hurriedly retreated, and at the same time ordered his soldiers to protect the emperor. First set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, bookseller's house. Chapter 2043. LV Wendy was not a hothead who did not know anything. As a veteran general on the battlefield, he would not be careless enough to allow an expert like Song Qinshu to be so close to him. The two of them were separated by dozens of feet, and there were many guards between them, but for some reason, when he heard the other party's words just now, a bad feeling rose in his heart. He hurriedly hid, as if hiding in the center of the army would give him a sense of security. Before Song Qinshu finished his words, he had already rushed toward him. The troops under the command of the LV brothers had been fighting against the Mongols and the Jin kingdom for many years. They were all experienced soldiers. Seeing this, they all took out their bows and arrows and shot at him without any orders. Seeing that the rain of arrows had covered the enemy, LV Wendy finally breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how good his martial arts were, he was still like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of thousands of soldiers. However, his smile suddenly froze. He had originally planned to watch the other party get shot into a porcupine, but the other party suddenly disappeared the moment the rain of arrows was about to hit him. It was the kind of person who disappeared into thin air. These arrows were all veterans of the battlefield. The arrows were not aimed in a single direction, but they covered a large area. With the place where he was just a moment ago as the center, the surrounding area was densely packed with arrows, but the other party had disappeared. Before LV Wendy could react, he was suddenly alarmed. He hurriedly rolled to the side, just in time to avoid the figure that appeared next. Song Qinshu could not help but admire Lu Wendy. He was indeed a famous general who had fought against the Mongolians. His skill and agility were truly impressive. At this time, the guards around the LV brothers reacted. Because they were too close to LV Wendy, they did not dare to shoot. They all pulled out their swords and slashed at the enemy. Is there still any meaning? Song Qinshu sighed. He casually pushed and blocked, and the personal guards who were rushing over seemed to be pulled by a pair of invisible hands. They all collided with each other and instantly became confused. LV Wendy and LV Wenhuan had just pulled out their swords by an inch. Suddenly, their shoulders tightened and all their strength disappeared. The rest of the soldiers rushed over. Seeing that he had restrained the two commanders, they looked at each other and did not dare to take a step forward. LV Wenhuan's face was ashen. LV Wendy could barely muster the courage to say, Song, if you kill us, you won't live either. Song Qingshu harumph. I am the current prince of Qi. You are just an envoy. According to custom, you should salute when you see me. For you to call me by my surname is Song, you have committed the crime of disrespect. These soldiers are soldiers of the imperial court, not the private soldiers of your Lu family. Murdering a prince is a capital offense punishable by execution. Who would dare? The soldiers looked at each other in dismay. Only then did they realize the other identity of the person in front of them. They could not help but feel a lingering fear. They could not help but feel afraid and subconsciously took a few steps back. Noticing the reaction of the soldiers, LV Wendy, Lu Wendy and Wendy, Lu LV Wendy and Lu Wendy and Song. Song Qingshu casually threw them to the ground and lightly said, I didn't come here today to show off my power as an official. I just want to tell you that if I really wanted to kill you, I wouldn't need to go through so much trouble to trick you up the mountain. I can just kill you now. Although they were a bit embarrassed, the Lu brothers were still surprised, because Wendy had let them go. Having saved their lives, the two of them hurriedly shrunk into the protection of the soldiers. Song Qingshu did not care at all. He just stood calmly in the midst of the army and said indifferently, Can we go up the mountain now? The Lu brothers' faces turned pale. The reason why they insisted on taking the soldiers up the mountain was because they were worried that Jia Sherdao was tricking them. The other reason was that they wanted to take control of the mountain and see if Jia Sherdao was really dead. Then, they would decide whether or not to continue with their plan. Of course, they couldn't say that out loud, so they could only use the first reason. But now that the other party had caught the two of them, it proved that the people on the mountain did not want to trick them into going up the mountain and then kill them. The other generals who had been persuaded by them just now would probably not be on the same side as them now. They had just been caught like chickens, and now they had to obediently follow him up the mountain in front of so many people. That would be humiliating. But if they didn't go up the mountain, not to mention that the other troops wouldn't follow them, what if Song Qingshu made another surprise attack and caught the two of them again? Although there were many soldiers guarding them, they still felt very uneasy. They were struggling with all kinds of thoughts. They didn't know whether to go up or not. Right at this moment, an alluring figure appeared not far away. General Lu, I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. Your loyalty is truly worthy of the heavens and earth. It's Master Huang. Mrs. Gua. Huang Rong and Gua Jingyi had been guarding Xiangyang for many years, so many soldiers knew her. Seeing her, they all called out excitedly. The Lu brothers blushed. How could they not know that Huang Rong was saving them some face? They thought that she had worked with them for so many years, so they hurriedly replied, Mrs. Gua. Huang Rong smiled sweetly. Why are you all standing here? Hurry up and go up the mountain to pay your respects to the emperor. The other generals nodded in agreement. Only the Lu brothers were a little hesitant. Huang Rong smiled and said, Are you worried that I will harm you? We wouldn't dare, the Lu brothers hurriedly replied. Chief Huang is a heroine and a chivalrous woman. Why would she harm us? Moreover, they had worked together for many years in Xiangyang and had some trust in each other. Then follow me. Huang Rong smiled sweetly and turned to lead the way. The other generals followed. The Lu brothers looked at each other. They had no choice but to follow her. Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. Huang Rong's charm was indeed extraordinary. When these men saw her, their eyes were glued to her. Each and every one of their faces revealed a flattering smile. It seemed that calling her down to give them a way out of this embarrassing situation was indeed a wise move. Of course, everyone knew that if Song Qingshu had not shocked everyone, no matter how charming Huang Rong was, these high-ranking generals would not have risked their lives. On the way up the mountain, the Lu brothers were somewhat afraid of Song Qingshu. At the same time, they did not have the face to stand next to him. They unconsciously put some distance between them and chatted with Huang Rong. The other generals did not have so many misgivings. They all came to Song Qingshu's side and tried to curry favor with him. A burly general cupped his hands and said, "I am the deputy commander of Jing Yi, Gouda, greetings to the Prince of Qi." "General, you are too courteous." Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. The name Gouda was a good omen. There was a famous saying in later generations, "It's not that my army is incompetent, but that the communists have Gouda with him under their command." They won by 3 points before the battle even started. "I am the pacification commissioner of Jing Lake's northern road, Xiang Shibi. I used to read history books. Guan Yi assassinated Yen Liang amidst thousands of soldiers. At first, I thought it was inconceivable. However, the Prince of Qi just now made me understand that such a godly person truly exists in this world." Another official with a goatee chuckled. The faces of the Liu brothers, who were walking in front, twitched. "If you want to flatter me, then flatter me. Why do you have to insult us?" In my opinion, Guan Yunchang cannot compare to the Prince of Qi. It must be known that in history, Guan Yunchang has only succeeded once. However, the Prince of Qi is so young, yet he has already accomplished 2 magnificent feats of taking the head of a general amidst thousands of soldiers. Last time, Li Keqiu of Yangzhou was also captured by the Prince of Qi. The one speaking was the prefectural governor of Yi province, Chao Shixiang. "Darren, you praise me too much." Song Mao does not dare to accept such praise. Song Qingshu's face heated up. The bootlicking of these officials was truly unbearable, boasting to the point that he was more godly than Guan Yu. At the same time, his heart was as clear as a mirror. He had previously heard Huang Rong mention that although the Jing Lake region belonged to the Liu brothers, it was not a monolithic bloc. However, they were not completely united. Many of the local officials were not of the same mind as them. Among them, the leaders were these few people. Com. Miao Shu Wu. Chapter 2044. Along the way, Gouda and the others took the initiative to get close to them. Song Qingshu also wanted to win them over, so they hit it off and talked happily. Soon, they went up the mountain. When they saw Zhao Go lying on the bed like a vegetable, they were all shocked. At this time, Prince Ting told them what had happened on the mountain. He was the emperor's trusted follower, so no one doubted him with his endorsement. A group of officials scolded Prince Yi, who was a traitor, and expressed their extreme sorrow and concern for the emperor's health. Many people even volunteered to recommend famous doctors, but of course they were all rejected by Prince Ting. These people just wanted to show their loyalty. With the emperor in this state, no one could save him unless the Almighty God came down to earth. If the doctors they recommended couldn't cure him, they would be in trouble, so they didn't insist. After the LV brothers went up the mountain, they looked for Jia Sherdao everywhere. When they saw his body in the coffin, they finally confirmed his death. For a moment, the two of them looked pale and lost. Perhaps the officials present were the ones who knew the truth best. As participants of the rebellion, they certainly knew what kind of role Jia Sherdao played. Now that the other party had announced that he had died protecting the emperor, the two of them were surprised at first. Then, they gradually realized what the other party was trying to do. Although they were worried about getting back at them in the future, now that Jia Sherdao was dead, they had already lost the upper hand. This would at least buy them some time to think about the future. Now that the imperial court had publicly announced that Jia Sherdao died protecting the emperor, they wouldn't do anything to embarrass themselves in the future. A group of people had their own thoughts. Finally, with Prince Ting's endorsement and Song Qingshu's power at the foot of the mountain, no one had any objections to the truth announced by the imperial court. Next was the reward. Jia Sherdao died protecting the emperor, so he was posthumously conferred the title of King Wei. Song Qingshu, king of Qi, added 10,000 households and became a king. He was in charge of the state affairs of the Pingzhang army. He paid homage to an unknown person and walked up to the palace with a sword, imitating the story of Xiao He, the prime minister of the Han dynasty. Wang Ziting, the commander-in-chief of the front court, was originally Duke Gong. This time, he was conferred the title of Commandery Prince Tong An, the military governor of Zhaoqing, and the title of Junior Master. The governor of Jinghu, Lu Wendi, was conferred the title of Ningwu Army Jidushi, conferred the title of Junior Protector, and received the title of Duke Chonghua. The prefectural magistrate of Xiangyang, Lu Wenhuan, was conferred the title of Zhaoyong Great General and Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Bodyguards. Xiang Shibi, the pacification commissioner of the northern capital, was bestowed the title of Grand Scholar of the Dragon Diagram Pavilion, and was also conferred the title of Assistant Minister of War and Transport Commissioner. Gao De, the vice commander of Jing and Hubei, was promoted to the position of Provincial Governor of Xingyao Prefecture, Governor of Xiangyang Prefecture, and Commander of the Garrison Army. Chao Shixiang, the Governor of Ezhou, was promoted to. The various officials in the capital actually did not have much merit in quelling the rebellion this time. They were all very satisfied with the rewards they received after leading their troops for a tour. Now, as long as one was not stupid, one could see that Song Qingshu and Prince Tingqi were very popular, and they wanted to get close to each other. Moreover, many of these people did not get along with Jia Sherdao. When Song Qingshu was in power, he had been pushed out and suppressed. Now that he had come to power, they were all very grateful. They felt like the clouds had parted and the moon had come to light. As for the LV brothers, they were all experienced officials. They were keenly aware that although they had also received great honors, it seemed that the imperial court intended to separate them. For example, LV Wenhuan was conferred the title of Commander of the Bodyguard Army. Did it mean that he would leave Xiangyang to work in Linnan? How could the LV brothers not see this? If the other party went too far, they might directly turn against him. However, the rewards they received were far better than the other generals, and the position of Commander of the Bodyguard Army was not a mere title. Thinking that they could be in charge of an important army in the capital, the LV brothers looked at each other and felt that it was not unacceptable after making eye contact. After all the officials were conferred, the next topic was to return to the capital. After all, such a big storm had happened, and there might be some shock in Linnan. It was better for the emperor to go back as soon as possible. Song Qingshu proposed to go to Hanshui via Xiangyang and then the Yangtze River to go back to Linnan, which was beyond the LV brothers' expectation. They never thought that Song Qingshu would be so bold. If they were in Xiangyang, they would never dare to go deep into the enemy's nest again. Hearing this news, the two couldn't help but think that they could use their army to gain control of the emperor in Xiangyang, which was their territory. However, after hesitating for a while, the two gave up the idea. Not to mention that they were afraid of Song Qingshu's supernatural martial arts. The 10,000 people under Prince Tingqi's command were not to be trifled with. In addition, Gao De and the others had never been on good terms with the two, and they were sure that they would go against them. Of course, the most important thing was that the two didn't have any support in the imperial court. Although the LV family was powerful, its influence was only in the capital. In the eyes of the officials and nobles in the imperial court, the two were only warlords. Without Jia Sherdao in the center, even if they controlled the emperor, they wouldn't be recognized by the imperial court. After considering the pros and cons, the two had to give up the idea. Soon, the emperor's carriage was brought out by Prince Tingqi, and the group went down the mountain to Xiangyang. Xiang Shibi, Gao De, and the others also led the army to follow them, to make sure that the LV brothers didn't do anything. When they arrived at Xiangyang, it was already dark. The LV brothers wanted to arrange a temporary palace for the emperor, but this time Song Qingshu refused. He directly asked them to live in the Guomansion, saying that it would show that they were a loyal family. The Guomansion was very famous in Xiangyang, and the LV brothers used to go there often, so they didn't insist. After they settled down, the LV brothers held a feast to welcome them. However, since the emperor's injury was worrying, no one dared to celebrate. In addition, everyone had their own thoughts, so the feast always had a strange feeling. After a while, Song Qinshu let Wang Ziding handle the social interaction, and he sneaked out to the garden in the backyard to get some fresh air. Rubbing his face, Song Qinshu felt much better. He thought to himself that this kind of fake smile was really a kind of torture. Suddenly, a crisp female voice came from behind. "Brother Song." Song Qinshu looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young girl in red standing there. Her eyes were flowing, and her eyebrows were long and slender. Her face was incomparably fair and tender, like cream that seemed to be dripping water. "Oh, it's Miss Guo." Song Qinshu was a little surprised. This peerlessly beautiful girl in front of him was naturally Guofu. She was really lucky to have perfectly inherited her mother's looks. If she had looked like her father, then it would be a pity. "Big brother Song, why are you here?" Guofu skipped over to him with a smile on her face. "I came out to get some fresh air." Song Qinshu raised his eyebrows. He vaguely remembered that he didn't get along with this girl in the past. Why did her attitude change so much this time? "Brother Song, you're really capable. The arrogant Lord LV and the big shots of Xiangyang City all surrounded you and flattered you. I've never seen them like this." Guofu's voice was full of amazement. "Miss Guo, you flatter me." Song Qinshu was surprised. Since Guofu's attitude was so good, he was not as rude to her as before. "By the way, brother Song, I heard from Dao and Xiaowu that you captured the LV brothers in the midst of thousands of soldiers today. Is it true?" Guofu's big eyes were like stars. "It was just a fluke." Song Qinshu was a little surprised that the news spread so fast. People like Big Wu and Little Wu can't wait to boast about themselves when they do something. People like you, who are really capable, are very low-key. "Brother Song, can you tell me what happened at that time?" Guofu looked at him expectantly. Song Qinshu smiled bitterly. "There's nothing to tell. At that time, it was almost over in the blink of an eye, so there was really nothing to tell." "Brother Song, tell me, tell me." Guofu kept pulling his arm and acting like a spoiled child. This was her usual trick when she asked for help from her parents or the elders in the beggar gang. Feeling the youthful aura of the girl, Song Qinshu was not used to her intimate behavior. "What are you doing?" At this time, an angry voice came from afar. Looking back, he saw Huang Rongzhen staring at him coldly. Chapter 2045. Song Qinshu turned his head and saw a beautiful woman standing in the corridor. Her face was cold and it was obvious that she was not in a good mood. "Hello, madam." Song Qinshu was surprised and pleasantly surprised. Huang Rong ignored him and pulled her daughter to the side. She scolded, What are you doing here?" Guofu was startled and thought it was obvious. "I'm talking to brother Song." Huang Rong choked on her breath and thought that her daughter was really stupid. She continued, "Since we're talking, why are you pulling me? What a scandal!" Song Qinshu had a strange expression on his face. No wonder she was in a bad mood, it was because of this. Guofu looked aggrieved. "I usually pull father and Uncle Lu like this too. I've never seen you so angry." Huang Rong was angry. "How can that be the same? They are elders, but is he your father? You're about the same age. Don't you know that men and women should not touch each other?" Song Qinshu thought that it was not a bad thing for Guofu to call him godfather. Wasn't godfather her father? Actually I'm much older than Miss Guo. Come to think of it, he was already in his early 30s, and Guofu was only a 16-year-old girl in the prime of her youth. His age and Huang Rong's were only a few years apart. "I didn't ask you, shut up." Huang Rong glared at him. Song Qinshu was momentarily at a loss for words. On the contrary, Guofu looked at the two of them in astonishment. Mother, how can you be so rude to Big Brother Song? Putting aside the fact that he is the current Prince of Qi and that his martial arts are unfathomable, even if he is just an ordinary person, he is still our guest. Huang Rong was angry. Fine, you're teaching him a lesson. I'm here. That's how it is. Guofu pouted, her face full of dissatisfaction. Huang Rong knew that her daughter had been spoiled since childhood and was very arrogant. Even if she knew that she was in the wrong, she would still argue. Moreover, it was hard to say whether she was in the right or wrong in this matter. He had no choice but to pull her aside and whisper, "Anyway, stay away from him in the future. You're not allowed to be so close to him." Why? Guofu blinked her big eyes, feeling wronged and puzzled. There is no why. Huang Rong glared at her daughter and noticed that her daughter's eyes were full of dissatisfaction. She knew her daughter's temperament best, and this might have the opposite effect. So, she said ambiguously, "Anyway, he's not a good person. You should stay away from him. But the people in Jianghu all praise him, and he has saved you and Dad a few times. How is he not a good person?" Guofu was obviously not satisfied with this reason. Looking at her daughter's stubborn appearance, Huang Rong also had a headache. She wondered why her daughter was so troublesome. It would be great if she was a weak and obedient girl. The key was that she couldn't tell her the real reason. "Mother, you're going back on your word." Guofu suddenly pouted and snorted. "What do you mean?" Huang Rong was confused. Guofu stole a glance at Song Qinshu in the distance, and her pretty face blushed. "A few years ago, you told me to get closer to him." Huang Rong recalled that it was indeed the case, and hurriedly replied, "At that time, I saw that you didn't get along with him, so I just wanted you to ease your relationship. It's not like that. I eavesdropped on your conversation with Dad." You. Guofu bit her red lips, and a young girl's shyness flashed across her face. "You planned to betroth me to him." Huang Rong's heart skipped a beat, and she remembered that it was indeed the case. At that time, when she saw that Song Qinshu was a young hero, she really did have this idea. She even mentioned it to Guojing, but she didn't expect her daughter to eavesdrop. But then things developed out of her expectations, and she accidentally got herself involved. How could she still have the thought of betrothing her daughter? That was just something I said casually at that time. It doesn't count. Huang Rong's face stiffened, and she felt a headache and anger at the same time. What's more, he has many wives at home. What are you going to do? As the ancients said, it's better to be the concubine of a hero than the wife of a mediocre man. Guofu raised her neck. What's more, in terms of appearance, family background, and character, I'm confident that I'm not worse than anyone else. Huang Rong was so angry that she laughed. Appearance aside, in terms of family background, although it couldn't be compared to those of the royal family, it was still quite famous in Jianghu. Only this character. Huang Rong had watched her daughter grow up, and she didn't know where she got her confidence from. "Go back to the room and stay there. Don't come out without my permission." Her daughter kept talking back, and Huang Rong's face finally sank. Seeing that she was really angry, Guofu didn't dare to be too presumptuous. She stomped her feet and turned around angrily. After Guofu left, Song Qinshu couldn't help but say, "Madam, why do you have to do this? I'm not a scourge." Huang Rong looked at him unhappily. "Even scourge is not as scary as you." Song Qinshu touched his cheek and muttered to himself, "Am I that scary?" Huang Rong obviously didn't want to argue with him on this issue. Her eyes were full of curiosity. "But I'm a little curious. Didn't Fu used to not get along with you? Why is her attitude so different this time? Did you do something to her?" Towards the end, her tone became a little unfriendly. Song Qinshu was speechless. "Am I that bad in your heart? Which girl in this world doesn't admire heroes? What's more, this hero is so young and handsome. It would be strange if she didn't like me." In the beginning, Guofu didn't get along with him. To a large extent, she regarded him as a young man of the same generation. In her eyes, there was no difference between Xiaowu and Xiaowu. No matter how handsome he was, could he be more handsome than Yang Guo? Didn't they still not get along? But later, Song Qingshu's growth was too fast. All kinds of legendary stories were spread all over the world. Naturally, the girl's mind gradually changed. In fact, this was also human nature. If there was a gap between two people, but it wasn't too big, they wouldn't think that the other person was so good. They would only compare, be jealous, and be unhappy. On the contrary, if the gap between two people was so big that it was impossible to catch up, then there would only be worship and admiration. Where would there be a little bit of jealousy? I said you were fat and you're still panting. Huang Rong laughed and scolded him. She was obviously speechless at his thick-skinned face. Song Qingshu looked a little strange. He moved closer to her and winked. Did you really want to betroth Miss Guo to me? Huang Rong's expression changed. You heard it? Song Qingshu spread out his hands. Although you deliberately lowered your voice, I have such a profound internal energy. It's hard not to hear it. Huang Rong raised her eyebrows. You really are a bastard. You really want to hit on Fu Er. Song Qingshu's face was gloomy. You said it yourself. How did it become my idea? Huang Rong carefully stared into his eyes. After a long time, she said, You are too good at flirting. It's fine if you go around in the Jianghu, but if you dare to hit on Fu Er, You'll what? Song Qingshu laughed. In fact, we are a perfect match. Why does Madame have to stop us? Huang Rong's face turned cold. You know why. Objectively speaking, other than being a bit too romantic, he was excellent in all aspects. He was so excellent that other young people couldn't compare to him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had that kind of idea. Speaking of which, other than appearance, Fu Er was a bit unworthy of him. However, since something like that had happened between the two of them, how could she sit back and watch her daughter get involved without knowing why? Song Qingshu knew that it was time to stop teasing her. So, he changed the topic. Madam, you sneaked out at this time. I guess you want to talk to me about something. Huang Rong nodded. You told me briefly on Mount Wudong. I want to know what Brother Jing experienced. Song Qingshu secretly sighed, but he didn't hide anything. He told her all the details of the northern expedition. Jia Sherdao, that treacherous official. He sent Brother Jing to die on purpose. Huang Rong was very smart. When she heard that Guo Jing had taken the mission, she knew that the commander wanted to kill him. Song Qingshu nodded. I guess it's because Master Guo gave up during the battle for the commander's position. In the end, Jia Sherdao had to send Murong Fu to replace him. In the end, he lost the military power in Sichuan. That's why he was so angry. In Jia Sherdao's original plan, he had the military power in the Jing Lake and Sichuan theater of operations. With his deep-rooted influence in the imperial court, he didn't need to take any risks on this trip to Wudong. Because of Guo Jing's sudden withdrawal, Jia Sherdao's plan failed. How could he not be angry? Fortunately, that treacherous official is finally dead. Huang Rong bit her red lips. It's a pity that he can still keep his reputation as a loyal official and the glory of his family. What a lucky guy. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. He was thinking about the big picture. He couldn't help her vent her anger, so he changed the topic and continued to talk about what happened on the battlefield. Even though she already knew the ending, Huang Rong was still shocked. She was so nervous that she almost grabbed Song Qingshu's arm several times. But she quickly realized that it was inappropriate, so she naturally resolved the awkwardness. In the end, you gave Brother Jing to Hua Jing? Huang Rong looked at him thoughtfully. Song Qingshu explained, At that time, I was too busy to take care of Hirogor. But in my opinion, Hua Jing wouldn't harm him because of their past friendship. Moreover, she's a Mongolian princess and has many capable people under her command. She should be able to think of a way to heal Hirogwa, who was on the verge of death. Hua Jing was engaged to Brother Jing in the past. She liked Brother Jing so much, so of course she wouldn't hurt him. Huang Rong suddenly had an inexplicable look on her face. But you sent him to Hua Jing. You definitely didn't have good intentions. You wanted them to rekindle their old love, and then you would have a chance to get. She paused for a long time. She couldn't say the word I. However, Song Qingshu's expression turned solemn. Rong you have a clever and intelligent mind. Normally, you are full of schemes, but it is precisely because of this that you will subconsciously speculate about others. In the past, you were like this with Yanghua, and now you are like this with me. If I really wanted to have you, why would I go all the way to the battlefield to save Hirogwa? I only needed to do nothing and let Hirogwa die for the country. You, Wenjun, are newly widowed. Wouldn't it be easier for me to have you? Huang Rong opened her mouth. She knew that he was telling the truth. After a long time, she said softly, "I'm sorry." Because of this, the two of them quickly fell into silence. Huang Rong was wearing a snow-white dress today. The milky white moonlight shone on her dress, making her seem as if she was covered with a hazy veil. Seeing the sorrow on her perfect face, Song Qingshu knew that she was worried and confused, so he didn't ask too much. Just then, Huang Rong suddenly said, "The children have been born. They're twins." You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.